standing for the prayer. This is a big day for all of us. It's a day that we embrace as a gift from God. It's a day we would want to spend with one another and with God in our midst, guided by His Spirit. Let us recognize the presence of God in our midst and dedicate everything that is going to happen today in His hands and in His power. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord from heavens come down. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the power, of the Lord come down. May the power of the Lord come down as we pray. May the power of the Lord from heavens come down. May the power of the Lord come down. May the wisdom of the Lord come down. Amen. May the wisdom of the Lord come down as we pray. From heavens. God Father, God Son, God Holy Spirit, we come before you this morning asking for your blessings. As we begin this international symposium, we ask for your guidance. We ask for your Spirit. We ask for His inspiration. May He inspire all our speakers that they may be able to give us what they want to give us today. And all those who are going to participate, we may benefit from everything that is going to be shared with us. You have created us, and you have created us with gifts, among them the gift of wisdom, the gift of rationality. And you expect us to use these gifts to better our lives here on earth so that we may live lives that are worthy of your children. We ask you that as we utilize these gifts today through our speakers and through our engagement and involvement, we may be able to benefit from the fruits of the discussions throughout this day. Bless our speakers here present, those participating here, and those who are also virtually involved, and all the participants, wherever they are, that we may be able to have a fruitful day. We make these our prayers through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Patrick, for the word of prayer. I'll just request we remain upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you. We may be seated. We are going to be given a word of welcome by Dr. Mugushi, but before he comes here, just to tell you that we have a full-packed day. We have about 14 speakers in total today, so we are here the whole day. So brace yourselves. It's going to be a great day for us. We are all set. We have water for you. We have lunch for all of us, so there's no hurry today. We'll be updating you on the speakers as we go on. Many of the speakers will be here face-to-face to you, but we also have some that will be blended and they will present online because they are not within this country. For conveniences of the day, I am here. If anything you want to know about the program, you can reach me. You can reach also Brother John Baptist. Stand Up John Baptist is here. He's also one of the animators of the day. You can reach him in case of any need for the conference. And we also have Sister Josephine Nyabetha. Sister Nyabetha, which corner are you? Anyway, she's within. So if you also need any assistance in that matter, kindly reach that. Or any one of the teachers of philosophy. And then, I'm told there are some people still standing outside and thinking that the hall is full when we have a lot of space in front here. If anyone is outside, we have a lot of space inside. Please kindly come in. And I'm wondering, will it make better sense if we moved forward, for example? Can we take the challenge? I mean, there's nothing to fear here. Why don't you just come forward? We have a lot of, so that people can, it will look better arranged, better family. Yeah. Thank you. I also take this time to make a few announcements. First of all, I would like to invite any speaker of the day who is here today. Kindly come forward. I may not spot you exactly where you are seated or call you by name, but kindly please come forward. I invite Dr. Mugushi to receive you. Can you receive our speakers of the day? I can see Dr. Babirie here, who else? Caroline Buya, and all the team. Kindly, please feel honored and kindly come forward and take your seat. Also, if you have a PowerPoint for your presentation today, kindly present it to the desk, to the secretariat here. If you have a PowerPoint for presentation today, kindly pass through the secretariat desk and give them your PowerPoint presentation. Welcome, welcome our presenters. We are very happy for you today. I will get to know you as the day goes by name and by profession. Karibuni sana, Phila Tom, Asante, Karibu, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much, Karibuni. Let me now at this time take this opportunity to call the head of department in philosophy, in the Institute of Philosophy, Dr. Dennis Etriga Mugushi, an apostle of Jesus, is our director, so that he can welcome us all here and also welcome our dean and our DVC, who has really come to grace this occasion for us. Welcome, Father Dennis. Some seats for us here. Just a few seats, please.
The keynote speaker and the Chair Philosophical Association of Kenya, Professor Oriare Nyaruath, the DVC academics, Tangaza University College, Sister Professor Jacinta Adiambo, the Dean, Tangaza School of Theology, Reverend Dr. Josephat Wanyonyi Nabibia, fellow symposiists, the speakers, invited guests, and interlocutors here present and online, in Africa and in the various parts of the globe. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. On behalf of the steering committee, Tangaza Philosophy Day Symposium, I take this occasion to welcome you all to this great event of Tangaza University College International Philosophy Day Symposium. Symposium, from its Greek roots, connotes a drinking party after a victory celebration, or an event after a great achievement. Tangaza has this event every year in which we celebrate knowledge. This year's celebration of knowledge is in honor of Professor Kwasi Wiredu, a giant philosopher, an African gem, and a true black star from Ghana. Once more, you are all welcome and enjoy the day as various speakers lead us through some of the thoughts of this Ghanaian black star. It is now my honor to welcome Reverend Dr. Josephat Wanyonyi Nabibia, the Dean, Tangaza School of Theology, to make his opening remarks. Thank you.
Our keynote speaker, Professor Oriare Nyaruath, our DVC academics, Tangaza University College, Sister Professor Jacinta Adhiambo, deans and directors of different schools and institutes of Tangaza University College, members of faculty from different schools and institutes of Tangaza University College, our esteemed speakers of the day, students of Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, all of you present here, and all those who are joining us virtually, greetings and peace. It is my joy and privilege to warmly welcome each and every one of you to our International Philosophy Day Symposium, held on this day, the feast of St. Thomas Aquinas, a great Dominican theologian and philosopher, who is also the patron saint of Tangaza Institute of Philosophy. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to those who have been involved in organizing this event. That is the Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, led by its director, Reverend Dr. Dennis Etriga, who also doubled as the chair of the Symposium Steering Committee, and Dr. Ocheng Gervas Ojuang, who chaired the Symposium Steering Committee for Abstract and Publication. What we see before us today is a testament of their hard work. Let us give them an applause for this great work they have done. Today, we are holding this Philosophy Day International Symposium, which is the first of its kind to be organized by Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, particularly because of its focus that has elicited a lot of interest and thus participation from different philosophy scholars across the African continent, as will be seen and heard clearly from various presenters of the day. Our Philosophy Day International Symposium is in memory of Professor Kwasi Wiredu, a renowned Ghanaian African philosopher, born on the 31st of October 1931 in Kumasi, Ghana, and died on the 6th of January 2022 in the United States. Practically 1 year ago, he passed on. Professor Kwasi Wiredu was a great son of Africa, whose work contributed a lot to the conceptual decolonization of African thought. We are glad to have present physically as well as virtually very competent and qualified speakers who will not only make us remember that he lived and inspired many and later on died, but above all, that his thought lives on and continues inspiring many to follow in his footsteps. I thank each and every one of you for taking your time to be part of this great and important event. I sincerely hope that everyone today will find the Philosophy Day International Symposium an enjoyable and rewarding experience. Once again, most welcome. I now take this opportunity to welcome Sister Professor Jacinta Adhiambo, DVC Academics and Student Life, Tangaza University College, to officially launch our symposium. Let us welcome her with a round of applause.
Keynote speaker, Professor Oriare Nyarwath, Dr. Wanyonyi Josephat, Dean, School of Theology, Dr. Dennis Etriga, Director, Institute of Philosophy and Chair of the Symposium Steering Committee, Professor Mwania Patrick, Director, Catholic Identity and Mission, all the directors of the institutes of Tangaza University College, speakers of the day, guests, students, both on-site and virtual, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. It is a great day when we commemorate the feast of a great philosopher and doctor in the Catholic Church in the person of St. Thomas Aquinas. Happy feast to all present. I want to imagine that as we celebrate the feast of St. Thomas Aquinas, the Institute of Philosophy in Tangaza University College intentionally envisioned to mark the day by honoring one of the pioneer African philosophers, Professor Kwasi Wiredu from Ghana. It is always good to celebrate our heroes as we do today. I do not want to pose that I'm a scholar in philosophy, but would wish to make my short remarks from an educational perspective. Students, academicians, scholars, doctors and professors are always in search of knowledge and solutions to solve many of our problems. This is because of the old saying that knowledge is power. Therefore, everyone thinks, why this, why that, and endeavors to seek solutions. And that in itself makes every person a philosopher in layman's language. However, Kwasi, who is being honored today, is a renowned and published philosopher and is remembered for his approach to modern African philosophy. What we all know, now that I'm addressing philosophers, we know that he is remembered for his approach of conceptual decolonization, in which he tried to deal with dilemmas of modernity and conflicts embedded in the African consciousness. From my search of who Kwasi is, I also learned that he also clarified concepts such as truth, mind, language, and democracy from his Ghanaian lens. Now, as you are here, all of you will be inspired by Kwasi's literary works. No wonder he is celebrated as a beacon of conceptual brilliance and clarity. Indeed, he strove to make philosophical concepts relevant to the African context and contributed towards inclusion of folk knowledge for Africa culture. into philosophy. This symposium is a manifestation that Tangaza Institute of Philosophy appreciates the contribution of our hero who left us legacy in the books that perhaps form the main textbooks for the Africa philosophy and culture courses and discourse. I'm humbled and delighted to be part of the official launch of the International Philosophy Day Symposium, when the Institute of Philosophy at Tangaza chose to honor Professor Kwasi. I'm sure that the students have interacted with Kwasi's literary works, and from the program, it is evidence that Kwasi's work will guide the discourse as we honor him today as one of the pioneers of African philosophy. As we engage in the conversation around Kwasi's literacy work, let us have more clarity on concepts such as democracy. Is the democracy in the Western world similar to that of Africa? Those are some of the questions that philosophers here will help us to understand. Human rights, inclusion in the African context. In doing this, we will be decolonizing our minds, to use the words of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in handling societal-related issues in an African context. It is my prayer that the papers being presented today will be published as a book or in reputable philosophical journals. With these few remarks, I happily launch the International Philosophy Day Symposium at Tangaza University College. Happy St. Thomas Aquinas as we celebrate Kwasi's legacy. I thank you.
Thank you very much, our beloved DVC. Please, let us kindly appreciate her for officially launching this symposium for us. So thank you very much, our Dean, Reverend Wanyonyi, and our DVC, Professor Adhiambo, for gracing this opening ceremony for our symposium. And now we get to business, to real business. And now we are moving to our first and key speech, which is going to be delivered by none other than our guest speaker today. Our guest speaker today is Professor Oriare Nyarwath. It's a big name that I'm sure many of us have heard. Oriare Nyarwath currently teaches philosophy in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at the University of Nairobi, Kenya. He is also the chair of the Philosophical Association of Kenya. He holds a doctorate, a master's, and a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Nairobi. He teaches African philosophy and logic. He has authored many books and articles, among them Traditional Logic, an introduction that was published in 2010. He has co-authored Theory and Practice of Governance in Kenya Towards Civic Engagement that was published in 2006. He has co-edited Rethinking Sage Philosophy, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on and Beyond Henry Odera Oruka in 2022. Also Odera Oruka in the 21st Century that was published in 2018, and Thought and Practice in African Philosophy in 2002, among many other works. And just before I ask you that we welcome him, on a light note, let me say that Professor Oriare Nyarwath taught me logic. So if you see me thinking right, no, I think I put a lot of effort to think right. But if you see anything wrong with my thinking, that is the man to blame. So let us put our hands together and welcome this great man, Professor Oriare Nyarwath. Karibu sana. Welcome. 1, 2, 3. Karibu. Karibu sana. Welcome. Take the space. I think it's possible. Yeah, it's allowed. Please.
Good morning, all of you. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this symposium and for thinking that I should give a presentation. I also thank the Tangaza University College for hosting the symposium. And I also thank all of you for sparing your time to attend, participate, and listen. Well, it looks like there is a lot of expectation from me. I don't know whether I'll meet the expectation. Yeah, of late I've been having a lot of scattered brains. So I hardly have my complete presentations in time. And that's why partly I'm requesting that I read from here, because I'm still putting some ideas here and there. So it might not turn out to be very consistent, but I ask you to bear with me. Yes, a lot have been said about Wiredu. Yes, Wiredu is a great person, a great scholar, a very influential African scholar. I may have been privileged to have met him on a few occasions, courtesy of the late professor, Kenyan philosopher, Professor Dero Ruka, who literally introduced me to Wiredu for the first time in 1991 here in Nairobi. I also met him again in Nairobi in 1993. And we had quite a number of discussions, a very inspiring person, very humble as well. The third time I attempted to meet him, but I was not lucky in the US when he was teaching at Tampa in Florida. But I tried calling him to meet him, to visit him in the university, and I didn't manage to get hold of him. That is just a preamble, but my presentation today is an attempt to look at Wiredu's contribution to the development of philosophy in contemporary Africa today. For those who have attempted to read and study African philosophy, know that there are a lot of controversies, a lot of contestations, and that is how philosophy is supposed to be did, so that is not anything negative. Wiredu is considered one of the founding fathers of contemporary African philosophy, and therefore one of the most influential philosophers in African philosophy. And reading African philosophy, of course, you would glean the contributions of Kwasi Wiredu to the emergence, growth, and development of philosophy in Africa today. You have been told philosophy is a Ghanaian philosopher. Wiredu was a Ghanaian philosopher, yes. But looking at his understanding of philosophy, actually what I intend to do, I'll confine myself just to sketching out the various sources and resources, according to Wiredu, of contemporary African philosophy. African philosophy today, but that does not mean, and I think I made this clarification, we in the area of African philosophy recognize that African philosophy has been there, and indeed many people have embarked on looking at the history of African philosophy beyond the contemporary African philosophy, because many people forget that even prior to colonization of Africa, there was philosophy in Africa, and many would go back and even look at pre-colonial African philosophy. One of the excellent works in this area is by Theophilo Benga, who traces the history of African philosophy as far back up to, I think, 333 BC. And that means probably up to the time of Aristotle. And he has done a very nice work, the African philosophy in the Pharaonic period. But we'll not go back there. Many people tend to associate African philosophy from the colonial era. But we recognize that before colonization, there was philosophy. And therefore, we end up with a convergence of currents at the advent of colonization of Africa, that colonization comes with its own set of values and institutions, find existing pre-colonial African thought system and philosophy. And therefore, the concurrent of these trends creates problematics for the development of African philosophy. So when we are talking about contemporary African philosophy, we must look at it from that troubled background that there existed. Then there was interruption by colonial era, and therefore there is convergence and merging of thought systems which are part of our experiences. So contemporary African philosophy emerges from the convergence of several historical currents, pre-colonial African thought system, that persists into the colonial era and can still be referred to as indigenous thought system. So we still refer to a kind of thought system in Africa today as indigenous thought systems. It has persisted through colonization. It has traces to the period before colonization. Then, of course, there is arrival and spread of alien religions such as Christianity and Islam, and this can still be considered an integral part of the colonial current, as well as the integral part of our post-colonial African experience. Understanding colonialism in Africa is complex and interesting. It can be debated whether indeed it ended with the so-called political independence of various African countries. The independence which has been marked by Africans replacing colonizers simply by taking the reins of running the various social institutions. Well, that is interesting because we talk about African independence, but it is debatable to what extent is Africa really independent. The idea that Africans have taken over the positions and authority that were once by foreign colonizers is not sufficient to conclude that Africa is indeed independent. And if you look around, you would see that probably we need more debate as to the meaning of independence. Colonialism is indeed a complex phenomenon with several dimensions that include physical occupation and domination, and that is what most people think it is, physical occupation and domination. But there's also the mental and even spiritual domination. And mental and spiritual dimensions of colonization are more interesting because they are also psychological. And once they take root or hold, they become self-generating and self-reproducing. But this is the very reason that makes these dimensions, that is mental and spiritual colonization, more dangerous, since they easily create the illusion of independence in the absence of physical domination. So many Africans think they are independent because they don't have colonial physical domination. But quite a number are mentally and spiritually still colonized. And it is generating itself, actually, as much as the physical domination imposed the foreign rule on Africa. The self-generation due to mental and spiritual colonization is spearheaded by Africans themselves perpetuating their own colonization. Colonial religions And education systems focused more on mental and spiritual colonization. But this realization also means that effective liberation and independence should focus on these dimensions. If you are talking about liberation of Africa, then we must put a lot of emphasis on mental and spiritual liberation. For colonialism to establish itself and take control of Africa, it had partly to disparage or denigrate the African person and African thought system, but more so the thought system that existed before the advent of colonization. It had to create room by disparaging or denigrating the our pre-colonial thought systems. To this extent, the colonialism inculcated in Africans an inferiority complex and the attitude of often considering non-Africans as superior to them in many ways. An attitude which extends to foreign cultures, which include foreign products, foreign values, and foreign practices. Actually, one's inferiority complex, which is part of mental colonization, has been established, then the Africans always tend to consider foreigners, foreign cultures as more superior and more admirable. And you can look around and you will see why that is important or that is taking place. Although many Africans don't realize that that is an issue they should take seriously. Actually, for instance, I subscribe to the Chinese package of StarTimes TV, and a lot of Chinese trash is forced on our screen. If you look at the programs, Kung Fu, what have you, and you get to our universities today, actually, I don't know whether there is a Confucius institution in Tangaza University College, but it looks like it is spreading to many public universities in Kenya. They are establishing the Chinese institutions of culture and language, particularly known as the Confucius Institute, which is, if you look at it critically, is spearheading the Chinese cultural influence. Actually, currently, last week, I saw our university advertise that there's Chinese choir, and they're asking the university staff to enroll their children into this Chinese choir. So I kept on asking, what are Kenyan children to do with Chinese choir? And again, if you look at our university, you'll find occasionally they're celebrating these Chinese things with their dragon, not that piece of cloth, reddish things, dragon and the rest. And it is Africans who are doing this. I suspect they are bribed or induced or paid some money to be perpetuating Chinese cultural practices and values. This you cannot find in a non-colonized society. To us, it looks very normal. And these are some of the things that, though we take them lightly, they are vehicles of perpetuating foreign influence. Actually, currently I'm studying Portuguese because it is offered free in our university. And I keep on wondering why they keep on offering free learning of their language, of course, which entail learning their cultures. Chinese, the same. So these things are happening around, but many of us are not keen enough to realize the aim, the intention, and the final result of these pervasive foreign cultural influences. Inferiority complex often leads to lack of or less belief in oneself, one's worth, and one's capacities. And if you look at Africa today, you would see the entrenchment of this inferiority complex. Africa seems to be in a dilemma, seems to be in a fix. They don't know which direction to go. They don't know even what they are capable of doing to really be independent. What do we get? Thus, inferiority complex tends to look to or make people look to and depend on outside for the solutions to their own problems. Yet, we should remember that the main goal of colonization or colonialism is economic exploitation and domination of the colonized regions. Economic exploitation and domination of the colonized regions. The others, like cultural colonizations, education system, or foreign religion, are just means to aid the primary goal, which is economic domination and exploitation. So what do we see in Africa today? And this process is very complex. I don't want to talk about it, elaborate on it. V.Y. Mudimbe, in his book, The Invention of Africa, published in 1988, has explained the colonial process, the aim of colonial structures, the strategies of colonial processes that are up to explain the colonial situation and result in Africa. African independence struggles seem to have missed out on this vital aspect of colonization, that is economic exploitation, domination, as the main primary goal of colonization. African struggles, virtually all over Africa, seems to have missed out on this very important aspect. The consequence of missing out on this, therefore, means African independence struggles have always targeted and focused on what is not the primary root of colonization. As a result, they missed out on actual independence. They remain colonized. They should have focused on economic independence, which they never focused on. Instead, they focused on as primary political independence. Maybe Kwame Nkrumah was mistaken when he is reported to have said that seek first political independence and economic independence, and the rest will follow. How come 50 years after attaining the so-called political independence, Africa is not economically independent? And yet Nkrumah and the others of that period thought that if we get political independence, then we will be economically independent. And the moment you are not economically independent, you will never get other independences. And this is what you see in the world today. Look at what Russia does to the neighboring countries and Ukraine. And look at the economic power. It is now the economics that rules the world. You have no weapons. You can't make them. You are not free. Anybody can just walk in and occupy your territory. African political independence has not yet yielded economic and cultural independence after more than 50 years. And the end of this is not foreseeable in the near future. We are seeing a continuation for the scramble of African economic resources, with more foreign powers joining in the scramble. The current scramble can be titled the third scramble for Africa, whereas the first scramble was in the 18th, particularly marked by the partitioning of Africa. Then, of course, thereafter, you got the so-called political independence, and other foreign powers still operated in Africa, though privately, but significantly through such organizations as World Bank and IMF and other non-governmental organizations. Now, the third scramble, the scramble going on is more interesting because you see more foreign powers joining, you see India joining, you see Chinese joining, and Chinese looks like more ferocious. Now, the interesting thing with this scramble is that the foreign powers are not forcing themselves onto Africans, but Africans are inviting them to come. This is what mental and spiritual colonization does. Now it is Africans inviting these foreign powers to come and exploit the natural resources. The convergence, therefore, I don't want to get to that again now, but I'm just explaining the background why we reduce idea of philosophy and the role of philosophy, but more so was that been emphasized here, that is decolonization. Conceptual decolonization is very key because it is fundamental to the general decolonization of Africa. Cultural decolonization, political decolonization. We need to understand why we are focusing more on conceptual decolonization, which, in a simple language, is mental decolonization. So, the convergence of those historical currents, that is the emergence, advent of colonization, the existence of a pre-colonial traditional indigenous thinking, and many other foreign powers that are spreading into Africa have created what can be called an ambivalent personality crisis in Africa. African character and identity is very ambivalent. And that is reflected in the African culture, African values, African behavior. And these contestations and confusion from different currents was well captured early also by the Kenyan political theorist Ali Mazrui in his Africa, the Triple Heritage, where I was looking at the traditional heritage, the colonial heritage, and the Western heritage or foreign heritage characterized by Islam and Christianity. But the fact is that these heritages, once they have been present, they are part and parcel of us. Our identity is formed by these experiences. So there's no way we can escape their impact. We can only navigate and see what we are supposed to do. This convergence has created and imposed a lot of conceptual categories and cultures and issues. And according to Wiredu, and as I've explained, there's nothing we can do. We can only critically interrogate them. And therefore, according to Wiredu, uncritical assimilation of these foreign concepts or categories of thought would rightly constitute what he calls mental colonization. Wiredu has addressed some of these concepts just to illustrate the extent and the depth of our conceptual or mental colonization. And it is important that we look at what are some of the solutions Wiredu has given out. Actually, part or strategy for conceptual decolonization would be critical examination of all these foreign impositions or categories of thought, as well as critical examinations of our pre-colonial systems or thought systems. Well, I've always argued of late that fundamental to all these concepts is the conception of the human person. And I have a reason why I focus on that. Of course, those of us who have also studied Western philosophy will always remember the Socrates thought or idea that the first principle of knowledge is to know yourself. So, interestingly, the conception of the self is so fundamental that it determines the nature of all social institutions that are put in place in every society. And I want just to look at, I want you to think of the very current dominant conception of the self. That is the dualism. It has been presented to us and it has taken root, and it looks like we take it for granted and perpetuate it as if It is the only and possibly the correct conception of the self. But look at the ramifications. We define philosophy based on that conception. The human being is now defined as a rational animal. That is, there's reason and the body. Our idea of responsibility, be it moral or legal or criminal responsibility, is defined based on our conception that we are rational. But we forget that actually the choices we make are not purely based on the faculty or reason, but based on so many convergence of our history, our influences that have exposed us to certain dispositions. Why do we choose this and not that? That is not just purely rational. It is also historical and social. So, if you look at self, that is the other contrary, the African conception of the self, which has been popularized as Ubuntu conception. And I want you to imagine, if Ubuntu conception, which is the self not as dualist, but as a web of relationships, which we have called the sociality of self, as a web of relationships, it would totally be different if we think of it like that. Actually, I see quite a number of current generation are entering into marriage as a two people affair. That it is a marriage between the man and the woman. Yet, in the African sense, the marriage is between communities, not two individuals. And sometimes I find the young people, I have some young people, when they come to me at home, they tell me, yes, I have a visitor. I said, oh, a visitor? Yes. Actually, I want to let you that I'm married. I said, you are married? They already decided, they have already gotten married, they're just presenting the two. Then I ask, okay. I'm thinking of Lucky Dube. I asked, did you take time, particularly my sons and nephew, did you take time to understand her and her background and her history? Because this African conception of the self. So it is not just an outdated. Now, we really would argue that, and all these emerging influences, how do we approach our pre-colonial thought systems? Well, we really argue that we need to be very critical to avoid what we considered three possible evils. And he mentions anachronism. This is the practice and belief of hanging or clinging onto outdated practices simply because they belong to our traditional heritage. We really does not believe that we need to practice anything traditional simply because it is ours. We need to modernize contemporary African philosophy. We need to develop concepts and values that would help us face the contemporary challenges of life. So we need to interrogate our traditional philosophical thinking, concepts, to avoid holding on to outdated practices. We need also to avoid authoritarianism, which to a great extent characterize our traditional.
Can you help us with the... Oh, yeah, here we are. Thank you so much, Professor Nyarwath. And I take this time to invite Dr. Caroline Buya to respond to the presentation from Nyarwath. Welcome, Buya.
So thank you very much, Professor Nyarwath, for opening for us this symposium on that particular note. And we are living in is to be able to appreciate that we are a people philosophizing in a period that is marred by a mix of systems. And being able to recognize that we cannot run away from this reality, but that we have something to do about it is very important for us. And so the beginning point of us being able to look back and recognize that philosophy did not come the other day. It has been with us, especially in the context of our thought systems in indigenous Africa, that philosophy is only packaged in that which is foreign. Philosophy is right here with us. And so for us to be able to manage to harmonize the pre-colonial, the colonial, and even the modernized systems that we have with us, we need to have a mind that is free, and this free mind is a mind that is able to interrogate issues and get deeper to be able to understand their basis, even as we seek to apply them in our different contexts, wherever we find ourselves. So thank you, Professor Nyarwath, for setting the pace for us in the discussions, and some of the papers we are going to listen to today are actually going to expand more on what Professor has presented as we honor Professor Kwasi Wiredu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Caroline. We should be taking a break shortly, but before we do that, I think it would be good justice if our key presenter can hear a word from the floor. And so I would like to open this time strictly just for 2 questions at most. There's one there already. Okay, there's one there. So let's take one here, and probably somebody says 2 here. Is that allowed? Okay. So, brother, look for the microphone. We need 2 questions from there. Anyone who wants to ask Professor anything? So let's hear the first question from the side of the professors as we come back to this side.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Katam from Kenyatta University, the Department of Education. Now, from your presentation, you have said well that our leaders in Africa fight these colonizers. Now, I was trying to ask, from your wisdom, how can the masses, through the elites in our African countries, decolonize the mental perception of our leaders at the top? We know that our leaders at the top are the ones who invite these colonizers, not us down there. So how can we, the masses, through our elites who have no knowledge about these foreign ideologies, decolonize their minds and move forward as a country that is guided by our African philosophy? Number 2 is on the policies, the reforms that guide our all aspects, be it economic, social, and etc. In our reforms, some of the guiding principles, they are all foreign. How can we, or how can the elites in Africa then influence these reforms using the philosophical thinking? Because as much as those reforms are there and they use it, they are used to implement the way forward for our country, there is nothing that we can do much. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for those insightful questions. Professor, would you like to answer that first, or I take the questions from here, then you answer them together? All right, let's take questions from the floor here. Anyone who has a question for the professor? We just take 2. So we have one there already.
Thank you, Prof. Professor Oriare was also my teacher in the 90s. I am Lawrence Buije, Apostles of Jesus. You spoke very well, and I admired your talk. But I'm just wondering, with the new situations that we are in today, how are we going to overcome the colonization of mentality? How are we going to overcome it? Because if you look at our youth today, who perhaps are the majority and are the future leaders of tomorrow, are so much involved in westernization. So I'm just wondering, how are we going to overcome this? Thanks.
There was a hand from that side. Yes, and that's all that we are going to have.
Oh, thank you very much. I love the presentation by the keynote speaker. My concern is this: Kwasi we do assigns philosophy quite some weight in Africa, and the presenter has brought it out very well. Philosophy or philosophers are supposed to be guys who should guide. The people to guide society. Interestingly, again, and I was looking at his profile, he's indicated he's the chairman of the Philosophical Society of Kenya. What is happening to philosophy? As the head of the Philosophical Society of Kenya, why is it that philosophers are lost? You see, we do, and which the presenter gave very well, we do assigns philosophers weight in terms of they're the ones to clarify what ought to be going on, provide the basis upon which modern African societies should develop, the first principles. Why is it that philosophers are lost in Africa? Why is it that we're not seeing their voice in literally everything that is going on in Africa? Thank you.
I thank everybody who has made comment, asked questions. I think the question from Bije is connected to the earlier question. I want to respond first by reminding you of the primary aim of colonization. Colonization is to change the mindset of the colonized. And once the mindset is done, the colonized now accepts the colonizer. And possibly I should refer you to two references. Black Skin, White Mask by Frantz Fanon, which deals with the psychology of the colonized and colonizer. But I also want to refer you to another small booklet by Chinua Achebe, The Trouble with Nigeria. And I start with The Trouble with Nigeria. The opening paragraph is that Achebe says, there is nothing wrong with the Nigerian character, with the Nigerian soil, with the Nigerian water, with the Nigerian air they breathe. The problem is simply and squarely a problem of leadership. And the two questions my colleague raised on the leadership, yes. The first thing that I would suggest is that our leaders themselves are a product of the colonizing process. So they are basically colonized. And you know there are very few African leaders, but more so political leaders. Not even our intellectual leaders. Actually, if you look at our institution of learning, university schools, you would still see our leaders colonized and perpetuating the colonial ideas, values, and thinking and practices. So the problem is that our leaders are still colonized. Because of that, our policies are still influenced and determined by the colonizers. Many of you may not know, but I think in East Africa, Kenya must be one of the countries that has changed, experimented more than any other country with its education system since political independence. And if you look at it keenly, all these experimentations are financed by foreign powers that are interested in influencing the education system and the training and the mindset of Kenyans. So what do? We need to take our educational curriculum seriously, because it determines the shaping of the character from very tender age. Imagine our education system. You taking your children to pre-primary, baby class, kindergarten. I don't know how they're called, because I'm a product of a totally different education system. And you take through the child through all these colonial system, education system which is dominantly colonial. What do you expect? What do you expect? This is the challenge we have. So my question here is, we need to take our training of character very seriously, but more so our education system. We must start from there, because that is where we can now produce very critical minds that can interrogate this. Yes, my colleague has asked again another question about where are the philosophers? Yes, maybe I should also refer you to Platonic idea, which all of us who have studied philosophy know, that until philosophers become kings, or rulers become philosophers, our societies will never know justice, social justice, and possibly will never know happiness. Most of our rulers are not philosophers. And therefore, philosophy is one of those subjects which are disparaged. Actually, I didn't read through, but one of the things that probably we need to take seriously, we don't even know what our philosophy is, and what our even African philosophy is, as I'm talking about liberation. Is anybody studying logic and writing in logic, or philosophy of science, or philosophy of mathematics in Africa, doing African philosophy? I have many colleagues here, but sometimes I get a bit intimidated. They are teaching metaphysics, they are trained African philosophers, they are teaching epistemology, they are trained African philosophers, they are teaching logic, they are teaching philosophy of social science, but they will tell you they are not African philosophers. So who is an African philosopher? Now, I don't think that African philosophers are not there. We are really working, but we are not influencing a lot of thought system. A country like Kenya, you'll never hear the government leadership calling for expert knowledge. They only pretend, but they really don't look for expert knowledge. So until that time when we appreciate knowledge and expert knowledge in general, not only philosophical knowledge, we may not gain much. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. Put your hand up like this. We do the one big one, okay? Up, up, down. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And thank you, Caroline, for your response. Now we are going to take a short break. The break, in the interest of time, as you can see we are late, is just going to be 5 minutes. But I will give you a bonus of 4 minutes. That is 2 for walking out and 2 for coming in such a way that right now is 10:46, so that by 10:55 you are seated right where you are. And when we come back, Sister Nyabetha will be the animator for the next session. We are going to have about 4 presenters in the next session, and our presenters will only be taking 15 minutes each presenter, so they will just give us the core of their presentation. So be very keen, take your notes down, and your questions we'll have an interaction at the end of them all. 2 of them will be online, so it will be cast. I hope it will work fine. So without much ado, let's take a breath. And please, let's keep the time. 10:55, be seated right where you are. Okay, it's time to start coming back wherever you are. Benedict, bring people in now. Time to start coming back. Time to start settling on your chair. Come back, come back. If you are at the door, tell someone to come in. Bernard. Come back, come in, come back. Take your seat. It's time. It's time. Tono, tell those people to get in. Tell them to get in. Come in, get settled. DJ leo amelala.
Speaker is ready. Those at the door, come in. Pick your water very fast. Pick your sweets very fast. If you need to open up your water, do it so that when the speaker will be here, you will not like to hear those little noises of paper sweets, of opening the bottle. Our first speaker is ready. Our first presenter is ready. Our first presenter is Dr. Mundua John. From Apostles of Jesus Congregation. He's a full-time lecturer at the Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology, Langata, Nairobi. Also a part-time lecturer at Tangaza Institute of Philosophy. Our first presenter is ready. We shall give him only 15 minutes. And I request that he keeps time, and all the presenters will keep time. So I'd like now to take this opportunity, now that the hall is still, to welcome Dr. Mundua John. He will take us through cultural universals and moral relativism, a dialogue between Kwasi Wiredu, Habermas, and A. McIntyre. Welcome.
Thanks very much, the organizers, the guest speaker, and all of you present. My presentation is entitled Cultural Universals and Moral Relativism, a dialogue between Kwasi Wiredu, Jürgen Habermas, and Alasdair MacIntyre. These three scholars, as you, I think it's presented there, projected. Jürgen Habermas is a German second-generation critical theorist of the Frankfurt School, and I've put there some of his seminal works. While Alasdair MacIntyre is a Scottish neo-Aristotelian Thomist and a sharp critic of modernity, and also I've put his major works there. After Virtue, Whose Justice, Which Rationality, Three Rival Versions of Moral Inquiry, Dependent Rational Animals. In Jürgen Habermas, The Structure of Transformation of Public Sphere, Legitimation Crisis, The Theory of Communicative Action, and Philosophical Discourse on Modernity. Kwasi Wiredu, whom we honor and whom I want to honor with this presentation, is already introduced, a prominent Ghanaian African philosopher, and one of his works is Philosophy and African Culture, and the Cultural Universals and Particulars. Now, what informed the choice of these three scholars? I'm not going to read the abstract. I'm going to the introduction. Kwasi Wiredu, Jürgen Habermas, and Alasdair MacIntyre are ardent thinkers who are contemporaries. You can see from the date of their birth. Jürgen Habermas and Alasdair MacIntyre are born in the same year. Kwasi Wiredu is born 2 years after them. Though they have independent philosophical thoughts from each other, their interest in themes that are common in their philosophical thoughts attracts attention. For the purpose of this study, the themes that are common to the three, which are going to be reviewed synoptically, are the themes of cultural universals, which are both epistemic and moral inquiry, and how the articulation of these themes can be examined vis-a-vis the problem of moral relativism. The methodology used in this study is not intentionally comparative, but rather dialogical, though comparisons will arise at some points. The theme of cultural universal is common in the three thinkers, either explicitly as in Wiredu and Habermas, or implicitly in McIntyre. Meanwhile, whereas moral inquiry in Habermas is discursive and consensual, moral inquiry Wiredu and McIntyre is anchored in ethical naturalism. Yet between Wiredu and McIntyre, moral inquiry, the difference is that in the latter, that is McIntyre, naturalism is founded on metaphysical biology, what is called Aristotelian teleology, while in the former, that is in Wiredu, it is founded on biology as understood in the modern sense. The themes of cultural universal and moral inquiry are critically reviewed in each thinker before a synoptic review of all the three. So, because of time, I will only go to these many points in each of these thinkers. Wiredu affirms the existence of what he calls cultural universals. And according to him, it is through cultural universals that human communication is possible. Therefore, the nature and the meaning of cultural universals is presupposed by the very fact of the possibility of human communication. We can define cultural universals as those factors or conditions which render communication and discourse in a culture to be intelligible to the members of that culture because they create a shared meaning embedded in semantic or linguistic units, and they are used in communication by members of that culture. Cultural universals are both conceptual and semantic. To explain the claim of existence of cultural universals, Wiredu engages in philosophical analysis of human communication, and he defines human communication as the transference of a thought content from one person or one group of persons to another. This definition of Wiredu brings out two basic and constitutive dimensions of cultural universals. The first is intelligibility of the thought content, and the second is the medium of transfer or the carrier of the thought content, which is the semantic unit. And this semantic unit must be capable of being evaluated by the receiver. That is, the receiver must be able to judge if it is truthful or it is false. So, thought content is a product of conceptualization, while the carrier of the thought content is a semantic articulation, according to Wiredu. The cognitive dimension of communication, which is conceptualization, according to Wiredu, is anchored on human biology. He defines it as a product of human response to the stimulus, which is found in all living things, but in humans is perfected because humans go beyond the instinctual drive in response to environment by means of reflective perception, abstraction, deduction, and induction. Reflective perception refers to the awareness applied to objects and situations encountered by humans due to their consciousness. Wiredu accepts implicitly the traditional understanding or traditional anthropology of defining humans by their nature as consciousness. Now, I will go to his epistemology, his theory of truth. According to Wiredu, truth and the moral law are not acquired a priori from transcendent source, which means he disagrees with the traditional definition of truth as something transcendent, something that is timeless. In his epistemological naturalism, he apparently holds a theory of truth that is contrary to the objectivist theory. According to Wiredu, truth is known and defended by humans from a certain perspective and specific cultural context. Thus, truth can be described as opinion. He describes truth as opinion. However, he strongly defends himself against a relativist tag by arguing that to say that truth emanates from human agency based on human biology does not imply that knowledge of truth can degenerate into subjectivism or relativism. Otherwise, for him, describing truth as opinion is not in a narrow and subjective sense. Opinion, according to Wiredu, means a firm thought, which he further describes by qualifying it with the adjective considered. So he refers to opinion as considered opinion. The notion of considered opinion is starkly significant here, because according to Wiredu, it means such opinions must be entertained from some wider point of view and guaranteed because it emanates from any intersubjective context and grounded on some commonly shared standards of rational inquiry. It is the intersubjective character of considered opinions that Wiredu uses to deflect the accusation of sliding into subjectivism and relativism. So for him, truth is considered opinion, but that doesn't mean that truth is subjective, because that truth is considered so from a certain cultural or social perspective. So he defends himself against absolute relativism. Wiredu's ethics, I characterize it as ethical naturalism, because the standards, moral standards for human behavior, for judging what is good and what is wrong, according to Wiredu, should emanate from something that is common to humans. And he says it cannot be culture, it cannot be ideology, but it should be that which is common, that is human biology. He begins from human biology, then he goes to human culture. But in human biology, what is very interesting is that he picks something which he says is character or attribute to humans, and he calls it sympathy. And his moral theory is called the principle of sympathetic impartiality. In his ethical naturalism, this moral principle arises from human behavior. He argues that humans have interests, some of which are common, others are conflicting. But to coexist, the conflicting interests must be harmonized. And he says humans have this sympathy towards their own species. And therefore, in them is already a written, something like the Kantian categorical imperative, to do good to others or to do to others what you would expect done to you. And this arises from sympathy, not from interrogation of will and reason as in Kant. I will go to Habermas. They say I have 5 minutes. Habermas talks of what I call universal pragmatics. These universal pragmatics are equivalent of cultural universals in Wiredu, conditions that are in human beings that make communication possible. And those conditions make communication to be coordinated, and even the effect of our actions to be coordinated such that humans can have a discourse among themselves. So in terms of his ethics, Habermas has ethical rationality, ethical inquiry, called it the discourse ethics, in which he thinks that human beings as subjects have already their moral conclusions or moral views subjectively held. But for intersubjectivity, for them to coexist, because of the presence of, or due to pragmatic universals, or universal pragmatics, humans can have communication among themselves in which they can agree, so that what is good or what is bad is just a consensus, is not the content of morality, but is that they can agree on what is good and what is evil. And therefore, in this discourse ethics, I'm not going to details because of time. Moral inquiry is not about the content of morality. It's about consensus that can be arrived at. This is discourse ethics in Jürgen Habermas. Alistair McIntyre talks of rationality that is traditional in character, rationality that is tradition bound, cultural, contextual bound, that moral vocabulary cannot exist outside a social, cultural context. And therefore, his ethics is that we must do that which brings the common good as understood by a certain tradition. But then, like Wiredu, Alistair McIntyre propounds also ethical naturalism. He says the ethical principles must be also drawn from human biology. But as I said, for him, human biology must be understood in metaphysical sense. That is, by asking the Aristotelian question, what does it mean to have a human nature that is biological? And he says the answer to this question relies in the traditional or the Aristotelian question of what is the purpose of things. And he says if you ask this question, to interrogate the purpose of human biology, it leads you to metaphysics. And therefore, you are to get the purpose or the telos of human biology. And when he interrogates human beings, he realizes that human beings have a nature that is vulnerable. As Aristotle had defined humans as rational animals, McIntyre qualifies this. Because of their vulnerability, human beings must depend on one another. And therefore, human beings, according to Alistair McIntyre, is something of Aristotelian definition qualified. Human beings are dependent, rational animals. And for them to achieve their telos, and according to McIntyre, the telos of human life is eudaimonia, the Aristotelian eudaimonia. That is human flourishing. This is argued by the classical functional argument, that the telos of something is its function. The function not understood in a utilitarian sense, but the function understood in a teleological sense. And therefore, if human beings are vulnerable, then they must depend. And therefore, dependency is ontologically enshrined in humans. And therefore, what is good is that which you do to somebody, and it will enhance his human flourishing. So, in short, this is the overview of the thought system of these three. But let me go to the conclusion. Time out, but then if I don't conclude, this discussion will not be. There are three elements. If you read the works of Wiredu, McIntyre, Habermas together, there are three elements that will generate debate. The first one is the establishment of universal elements of the possibility of intersubjective moral inquiry. Then the second one is the principle of universalization of moral inquiry. How do you generate a moral norm or a moral principle and apply it so that it applies to all humans, even outside the culture from which it is generated? And the third one, of course, will be the problem of intercultural moral inquiry. You will find that at the end, Wiredu and Habermas don't escape totally from moral relativism, because the principle of universalization of moral norms, it still remains contextual, culture-bound. Yet McIntyre breaks from that because he establishes metaphysical biology that breaks the bond of any culture and goes to embrace humanity, because it asks a question which is asked for the humans as a species, not as a species in a particular cultural context. But despite the weaknesses of these, their thoughts individually, despite the internal weaknesses, let us celebrate Kwasi Wiredu for originality of thought. Because his principle of sympathetic impartiality and his principle of considered opinion, and at the end, his ethics in general, vis-a-vis the one of Habermas and Mackintosh, all enshrine something, that is the participation of people in the determination of the common good. In fact, if you read, this is reflected in the politics of these three thinkers. Habermas talks of the public sphere. His interest is that everyone should participate in determining what is good for the society. Wiredu talks of consensual democracy. He abandons the conventional definition of democracy as the rule by the majority because it is abused everywhere, and he designs a new qualification of democracy which is based on his epistemology and his moral theory. And Mackintosh, the same. Mackintosh advocates for what are called local communities, a political entity that is found between the family and the state. He finds the state as organized today is a machine of corruption, is a machine of impunity, because the views of all do not count. He will rather prefer a smaller community where moral inquiry is participatory and everybody has a say. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mundua, from the Apostles of Jesus Congregation and from the Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology. Can we give him a better clap? Wait. A better wave. Just put up your hand and just fine. So our next presenter is Professor Anselm Kole from Nigeria, St. Peter and Paul Catholic Major Seminary. It will be virtual. I hope Professor is ready. Professor, can you get us? Prof, are you with us? As we are still waiting, we'll also ask Dr. Ochieng Ojuang to be ready. As we are waiting for Prof, we also ask Dr. Ochieng to prepare. Professor Anselm will take us on Wiredu's idea of conceptual decolonization and the decolonization of epistemic inquiry in Africa.
All right. My presentation is on Wiredu's idea of conceptual decolonization and the decolonization of epistemic inquiry in Africa. When I was listening to the keynote, I felt that Professor Riare Yawat, I'm sorry if I did not pronounce your name correctly, already preempted most of what I wanted to say. But I will still, all the same, express my view and use some particular situation from Nigerian universities. I begin by underscoring the fact that when we employ procedural methods and paradigms of evaluation that are foreign to a people's framework of understanding, our inquiry would not do justice to how they understand, how those people understand reality. And I think this is the case, unfortunately, with the epistemic inquiry in Africa, simply because of the dominant Western knowledge practice, namely that we still employ the Western procedural methods and paradigms of epistemic evaluation as the only, emphasis on only, authentic way to arrive at knowledge. Weredu captures this, that this is not a matter of reflective choice, but a historical fact that our colonial past has forced upon us. We have uncritically assimilated into our conceptual schemes foreign modes of thoughts that were imposed on us by the colonizers, and the colonial mentality that I think the keynote described very properly, that outside Western ways of thoughts, conducting inquiry, dressing, even eating, and evaluating our findings, we cannot attain knowledge. I think Weredu's conceptual decolonization exposes the unreasonableness of this unfortunate situation in our intellectual practice, and it proposes a way out of this conundrum, namely to decolonize our conceptual schemes. For the need to decolonize epistemic inquiry in Africa. I argue that until we decolonize the African mind of the colonial mentality by decolonizing the curriculum of studies in African institutions, epistemic inquiry in Africa would not provide us an authentic African understanding of reality. So my aim is to employ Weredu's conceptual decolonization, and the way I'm going to go about this, my presentation, is divided into 4 parts. Make a critical review of Weredu's conceptual decolonization, do a theorization of the concept of epistemic decolonization, then ask the question how we can employ Weredu's conceptual decolonization in the decolonization of epistemic inquiry. Then I will try to also ask the question why we must, before I ask the question about how, why we must decolonize inquiry in Africa. For Weredu's conceptual decolonization, there are a couple of points that I need to establish. One, it is an attempt to reclaim the intellectual heritage of Africa. That is Weredu's aim. And he disagrees, first and foremost, with uncritical use of foreign categories of thought in philosophical thinking. I also want to underscore uncritical use, which I think the keynoter did also very well. Then he calls that if we are going to undo this uncritical use of foreign categories, then we must eliminate the foreign elements like Western conceptual schemes from African thought system. For him, there are 2 ways to engage in conceptual decolonization, 2 ways of disentanglement: elimination of foreign modes of conception and the judicious exploration of African conceptual schemes in philosophical thinking. What are these foreign modes of conception? They are modes of thought that have been superimposed upon African language, employing the means of language, of course, which is very fundamental in our thought process, of course, religion and politics, 2 aspects that I'm not going to go into, but I think also the keynote did justice to that. Among all these 3, language is very fundamental. He identified the fact that it is not easy to reverse our language of thinking, simply because we have all been educated. Most of us have been educated in English language, for instance, which is foreign to practically all indigenous indigenous African cultures, either English or French, and that, but then, that it is difficult does not make it impossible, a point that he made very clearly, and he established that man is no prisoner of language, that man can both operate within language and go above language. So in my opinion, the central idea of conceptual decolonization is to develop the right frame of mind for us to be authentically African in our understanding and interpretation of reality. So conceptual decolonization, we must also know that Weredu is not recommending a complete repudiation of foreign categories. He says that there are, in terms of intellectual inquiry, we can find that there are edifying aspects of even foreign categories that can advance our philosophical thought in Africa. So it's only asking us, Western paradigms and procedural methods, there is no way we are going to attain truth of reality. So that is exactly for me what Weredu wants us to do. Now, how does that connect me to epistemic decolonization, which is my specific concern? Of course, we talk about political decolonization and all that, but I'm particularly interested in epistemic decolonization. The core mandate of epistemic decolonization is that we should think outside the box of Western epistemic superiority. Colonialism divided populations to inferior and superior, and all of this is reflected in what the colonial theories refer to as the colonial matrix of power, one aspect of which is the coloniality of knowledge, that has carried that hierarchization of persons to the fact that the knowledge systems, knowledge forms of ex-colonized populations are inferior. They are superstitious, they are uncritical, and therefore they are not relevant. If you have to make them relevant, then you have to toe the path of Western thought system. So the core mandate is for us to think outside our box of epistemic superiority and affirm the legitimacy of African thought system. So epistemic decolonization seeks to dismantle the coloniality of knowledge. Coloniality of knowledge hierarchizes knowledge into the authentic and therefore relevant, that is Western systems of knowing, and the inauthentic and therefore irrelevant knowledge. Epistemic decolonization challenges the dominance of Western epistemologies in our epistemic inquiry, and therefore seeks to disinfect academic activities of the colonizing elements in Western epistemologies that does not allow authentic, for instance, African inquiry to flourish. We have been so intertwined with all these foreign conceptual categories that it will be practically impossible. And in any case, it's not everything signifies the individual's ability to do or do not agree with a complete severance from whatever is Western. We reduce conceptual decolonization and the moderate approach to epistemic decolonization, in my opinion, share the same idea, the same aim, and the same purpose. And the whole idea is to develop a framework for epistemic decolonization in Africa that will enable us to produce proper African thinking that is true to what Weredu describes as good African philosophy. Perhaps I should borrow from education. I read about humanizing pedagogy as a process of education that reinforces in the learner the dignity of our identity, irrespective of the fascination of foreign ideas. Perhaps if we bring that thinking into our educational system, maybe it will help us in decolonizing knowledge in the appropriate way and make graduates of our institutions African-oriented in thought. And so my conclusion will be that it goes without saying that the task of decolonization can be frustrating, especially in the context of modernity that purports what we call a global civilization. However, it is the right thing to do if a previously subjugated epistemic culture must take its rightful place and be duly recognized in global epistemic practice. We cannot deny that ex-colonized people were excluded from dominant knowledge practices on the grounds that they lack the rational ability to aspire towards knowledge at its highest level. Now, the dominance of Western epistemic practices in our intellectual endeavors as Africans has stifled our intellectual heritage. And I think that we reduce conceptual decolonization is a genuine call on all African scholars to reclaim this stifled intellectual heritage, just as I think the moderate approach to epistemic decolonization is asking us to do the same. I don't know if I have overspent time. I saw that I had only 5 minutes more, but I think at this point I will want to stop. Thank you very much for listening.
Can we give 3 party claps? 1 to go, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Without wasting any time, I would now like to call Dr. Ochieng G. Ojwang. He's a full-time lecturer at Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, a part-time lecturer at Kenyatta University, and Apostles of Jesus. I also want to remind all of us that this activity is taking place both online and on site. Those who are in here, please keep to the rules, and also those who are online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And my paper is on philosophy and the political problems of human rights in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, remember philosophy, as I define it always, is human attempt to understand human situation in a fundamental way in order to gain wisdom. And therefore, human right is something which is with us and is being abused politically in Africa. But the concept of human rights means different things to different people. To some, it means ensuring, but to others, it means judging way in a different way, different people in a different way. And so my approach here is to go to the history of human rights and then to Africa and how it is being violated and some antidotes from Kwasi Wiredu. The idea of human rights actually is documented in the it says that we need to recognize all the human persons universally with valid principles. And this means that human rights is something which means that we must protect the dignity of all the individuals. But also in the English territory, the 1689 Magna Carta explains that every human person and none shall be arrested or imprisoned on appeal of a woman for the death of any person except her husband. That means everybody must be respected as having all the human rights with it. Locke actually reasoned that everyone is bound to preserve himself. So when his own preservation is threatened to everyone, should also he or she need to preserve that one of others and other humankind. And the social contract of Jean-Jacques Rousseau also developed an issue of private will, and that his private interest may dictate him, and actually to make sure that he also respects the private will of others. Also, another document we can quote on the human rights is the American Declaration of Independence, which states that we hold these truths to the self-evident that all men are created equal, creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. In African context, ladies and gentlemen, the individual is not in isolation. Regarding the African story, we conceive that the movement of individual is in the community. And so a child is part of the community. She or he has a right, and he starts journeying in the community that we must respect. And therefore, the ontological progression of African man or African woman is enshrined on the respect of human dignity. And therefore, in Africa, one way of acting is the recognition to join the task of transforming the individual into a lot of problems. Because, yes, we are fighting the colonizers. When he got power, then we started fighting ourselves. Nepotism, tribalism, and so on. And this actually goes against the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that everyone has the right of opinion, expression, and hold political office or economic and social rights. We see this in Algeria in 1999 when Abdulaziz Bouteflika was elected president. And he really said that I am going to unite the nation, I'm going to heal the nation. But up to now, you realize that Islam is the only religion and other religions are being censored by the government. In Angola, historically, we know very well, post-colonial Angola, both the government and UNITA rebels committed human rights abuses. And these conflicts made many people to suffer and others jailed. In Rwanda, in 1973, you realize that when there was a problem with the then president of Rwanda, who was a Hutu, Abriaman, when his plane was shot, the country went to fire. That's 1994. And many people suffered, 800,000 people killed, and 2 million displaced. In Kenya, post-independent, when we had one-party government, that's KANU, it was the father and the mother of everything. And they used to say that bad politics, bad life. So it's either you are supporting KANU and you get good life for your community. But even post-KANU, we have seen a lot of the problem affecting us. The nepotism, tribalism, hence our time to eat. This, you realize that some people are jailed, some people are innocently killed without justification. These are all the human rights abuse which we find ourselves in Africa. And another thing which has brought a lot of problems in Africa is the multi-party politics. However, how much multi-party politics was so good, you realize that it divided us into the communities. And so my party is the most important party, and the bearer of the party or the leader of the party is my demigod. And so we have differences not on the opinions or on the political ideologies, but we differ on our what? On our tribes. And so if we need to get out of this, Wiredu comes in with a detox, and is saying that we need actually to seek modes of political and social organization which are best suited for us, for our thoughts, for our situations. Because most of the development which we have today are being enforced from the West. And if we want to must respect the human rights in our society, then we need to look at our situation in Africa. We don't need to go and say that this paper is being written by the Americans, by the Britons, who do not understand our value of life. So we need to seek these conditions without the pressure from the West. As we talk to them, we need to see young generation, their thought, they say we have the global culture. Is this global culture African? And so we need to seek those modes of development that suit African. So an African philosopher, you must be suited to pinpoint all these challenges of human rights abuse. Because it's our right as philosophers, with the torch of the society, that we must realize that our problem is real and our belief is real. And so we need to go back to our culture, because according to Iredu, all these cultures are enshrined in us. They are transferred from one generation to the next by the practices, the languages. But you realize that our children growing in Nairobi do not know our local languages. If you cannot understand your local language, then you cannot fully understand another language. So we must give language a priority. But you find that most of us are so much keen in saying that, oh, that is an African language. You need to appreciate your language. So we need to endeavor to understand our world as philosophers, most of us African philosophers, so that we should be able, thank you so much, I'm almost there, so that we should be able to see the challenges that are affecting us. And then the solution must be from us. Not there is a problem in my village, then I go to the Google, then I start researching how it was written in the British way of doing things or the Anglo-Francophone way of doing things. We are the African scholars. So we need to examine our African cultures and identities. We see their weaknesses and we change them logically. We're not saying that all our African practices of the human rights were all good. But if they are cultural orientation and they still have meaning, then we need to change them logically, but not waiting for the West to bring us money so that we change things drastically. We need to be able to appreciate the good things that we had in our culture and also to consider other culture also. But we must actually have controlled appetite for cultural borrowing. You come to Tangaza and you'll see the dress code. In other university, they don't have that. Because the appetite for young people for cultural borrowing is so high. I think that's why they're being controlled by the Tangaza dress code. We must actually have a controlled appetite for cultural borrowing, so that the human rights violation in Africa and other parts of the world, and more so in Africa, can only be solved by giving freest play to the Ubuntu philosophy. That's the key one. Because Ubuntu philosophy is our philosophy. It's a philosophy of the past, the present, and of the future. It's the philosophy that enshrines us with our ancestors, environment, and also with the human beings that live with us. So it is a lived and a living experiences by all human beings. And so, just like Kwasi Wiredu saying that we must always have a great respect for our languages, for our cultures, for our rituals, we must also realize that all these rituals are meant to make all the human beings be respected as individuals in our society. And so Ubuntu philosophy is what's going to help to guide us from extreme wealth, and extreme wealth by the few individuals that even they can kill to make sure that they protect their wealth. So we must have that living philosophy, which Ubuntu philosophy, which in essence makes that everybody is protected and everybody is promoted and there's a respect by all human beings, and that all the human beings in African concept and African continent are respected. And so this is what I call the treatment of human beings with all respect, all joy, because every human person in African context is an ontological being which must be respected. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chieng, the first presenter to keep time. You've given us 2 minutes. I would now like to call upon Nobat Yashike. This next presentation was supposed to be online, but because of technical issues, Professor Nelson Shang has requested his student, Norbert Yashike, who is here with us, will do the presentation on behalf of Professor Shang, who is a senior lecturer of philosophy at the University of Bamenda, Cameroon. So Norbert, can you come forward? Meanwhile, also we thank Dr. Chieng. Can we give Dr. Chieng 2 hearty claps? Thank you very much, Dr. Chieng. Okay, I'm just being corrected. Norbert is doing it online on behalf of Professor Nelson Shang. Conceptual decolonization of the African in search of a new mentality for African development. Norbert, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you, sister. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. We give you 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
So I'm happy to be presenting on behalf of the Shanghai, which is Cameroon at the moment. So my presentation is on conceptual decolonization of the African in search of a new mentality for African development. Of course, in this presentation, there is this common and so in this paper, Kwesi Weridu is arguing, saying that there is need for the decolonization of the African minds. Because once there is decolonization of the African minds, the Africans will be able to transform these adversities. The Africans will be able to contribute to development. Because within African context, we see that there are some mentalities, actually 4 mentalities, as this presentation is going to show to us, 4 mentalities that is also contributing to the adversities of poverty, hunger, conflicts. And which are these mentalities? Of course, we have the colonial mentality, tribal mentality, the mentality of laziness, and the mentality of magic. Of course, all these mentalities contribute to the adversities in Africa. And as a result of that, development is really, really affected in Africa. So in this paper, Kwesi Weridu is arguing, saying that there is need for decolonization of the mind. And once there is decolonization of the mind, of course, there will be development, because development previously has been viewed from an economic perspective, whereby we can have infrastructures, good roads, but the human person is not taken into consideration. So in this paper, Walter Rodney is going to support the view of Kwesi Weridu to say that yes, has to be taken into consideration, not just the economic, but the political, the social, and the ecological also need to be taken into consideration. Because that education is a necessary tool that can be used to bring about transformation within our African context. But the question that this paper is answering to is which type of education? Of course, we see the education which was introduced in Africa by the colonial masters, that it emphasized more about theory without taking into practice. To say yes, the education which is necessary for the transformation of Africa within this 21st century is that indigenous education whereby theory and practice, they are all taken together. So that is the context, and that's the perspective that this argument will be taken, drawing the arguments, drawing from the perspective of Kwesi Weridu. Now, looking at the introduction of this paper, we see that history tells us beings originate in Africa, that the first human beings migrated from Africa to populate other regions of the world. It's a fact confirmed scientifically by archaeologists. In searching for the genes that makes us human, Graham finally declares that emphatically, we are all Africans. Africans is also the cradle of world civilization. This civilization, which consists of knowledge and wisdom, were so influential that they produced some of the leading wonders of the world, and also laid down the foundation of the society as is today. For many years before European civilization, the depths of their continent and used them to produce numerous things. Artisans fabricated iron, tools, and weapons. Architects built tall stone structures. And missionaries sold gold that not only adored African bodies, but also circulated in Western and Oriental markets. What this means is that Africa has never really been isolated. Through commerce, Africa was actively involved in the main current of global interaction and trade. James rightly observes that Roman coins and artifacts from the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Common Era have been unearthed in lands south of Sahara. Was transferred occasionally in early days. Silos and settlers from the Sumatra in present-day Indonesia traveled to Africa beginning about 350 DC. Their descendants and language dominate Madagascar today, and the crops that these settlers carried from Southeast Asia, such as plantain, became dietary staples all across continent Africa. As early as the 7th century BC, established outposts up and down Africa's Indian Ocean coast, drawing commerce. This is telling us that yes, Africa is very rich. Africa is very rich in minerals right from the beginning, and it is very clear that human beings trace their roots right from Africa, and many other civilizations migrated to Africa to be able to extract the resources from Africa in order to build their own civilization. So this first part of my presentation is just putting us into perspective to say, yes, history tells us that Africa has been rich with resources right from the very first beginning. And then also situating us to see that as it has been rich in resources, there are many civilizations that has migrated into the continent in order to extract the resources. Now looking at the medieval time, that what happened at the medieval time is that Africa was not deemed particularly backward, primitive, or frightful as presented by many scholars. Paintings from this time show that Africans simply as another shade of human beings, and writings from this time scholars also present to us that yes, of course, the way African was preserved and is still perceived today, they were really perceived as if they were anti-expression within our context. By James from the perspective of living standard, both in Europe and in Africa. There wasn't any much difference. On both continents, nearly everyone lived off the land, most in agriculture. Diet was unvaried, hunger was common, lifespan was short. Almost no one on either continent was well educated. Why should Europeans have considered African 500 years ago to be in any manner inferior? Why was African perceived by the Europeans as if they are less humans, as other scholars argue? Now, looking at the concept of development, of course, as I already indicated, that there are realities that has actually plagued Africa, coupled with other adversities such as conflicts, war, that has also contributed to the less development within Africa. So now in this other section that I'm going to present the concept of development, which has been viewed previously from an economic perspective, to say insofar as there are infrastructures, there are good roads, there are good hospitals, which of course all these are important for human person, but they are also negating other important components of development which should be taken into consideration. So now in this section of development, we are going to see that development initially has been viewed from an economic perspective, whereby we're talking of infrastructures, routes, and other components such as the element of social justice, the element of well-being progress, which is taking human person holistically, is not taken into consideration, as well as the ecological dimension on material possessions. And when a country lacks infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, schools, electricity, that country is said to be underdeveloped. Such sub-Saharan Africa is said to be the less developed because it continues to have relatively low levels of industrialization and urbanization, and insists subsist on narrow economic basis, over-dependent on primary commodities and foreign aid. Livelihoods and life expectancy in Africa are low, as well as literacy rates and access to health and education, which of course those are other components under social dimension, which is not really taken so much by the economic approach to development. From a political dimension, African countries are still underdeveloped, given that governance institutions are weak, as evidenced by fragility of democracies emerging after 3 decades of authoritarianism, heavily politicized bureaucracies and judiciaries, and weak policy environments that frequently respond more to patronage networks that know competitive ideas and interests. If we look at the concept of development only from the economic or political dimension, then we shall leave out other very important aspects of development. Walter Rodney, as I earlier indicated, in his famous book, How European Underdeveloped Africa defines development as increased skill and capacity, greater freedom, creativity, self-discipline, and material well-being, which of course the economic development does not really take into consideration, which Walter Rodney is centralizing development on human persons, saying, can we talk of other important components which should be taken from when we are talking of development, which is about increased skill, capacity, greater freedom, creativity, and then self-discipline, as well as material well-being, which comes in to be able to support the well-being of human persons. Walter Rodney does not limit development only to the economic sphere. Development is more integral, taking into consideration the condition of the human person as a whole, which is, of course, taking all the dimensions of human person. Now, as I earlier indicated, that looking at all these adversities, looking at the issue of development, which has been viewed from an economic perspective, but also Walter Rodney arguing that development should be viewed holistically in all the dimensions. Looking at all this, what he do is suggesting that yes, there is need for education, which can be a mechanism to be able to champion development and to be able to contribute to also to the decolonization of the African minds, which has already been indicated in the first part of this presentation, talking about those 4 mentalities. Calling on us that education should be viewed holistically. Education should be viewed from the perspective of combining theory and practice, not just about emphasizing. And for this to be taken into consideration, there is need to train the African minds using the basic tools, using the basic components which are available to us. Education is central in promoting development in Africa. Olive presents the celebrated words of Hegels, education. That is, education can do everything. Through education, Africans can acquire the knowledge and maturity which will enable them to promote development in their various countries. Let us take in mind the etymological meaning of the word education, which of course it comes from the Latin word educare, which means to train, to raise, and then to bring up. Education from this perspective is a process whereby desired physical, intellectual, moral, and spiritual qualities are instilled in a child. Of course, again, this is still coming in to talk about, which is so much linked to the Catholic. Of course, this Tangaza being a Catholic institution, which one of the decrees from the Second Vatican Council actually emphasized all these components, that education should be viewed holistically. All the dimensions, it shouldn't be emphasized only about maybe success, but physical, intellectual, moral, and spiritual qualities need to be taken into consideration so that this person who is trained, who is raised, should be holistic. And so that is the education that this paper is advocating for, to say, yes, of course, this education, such an education existed in the traditional African setup, whereby theory and practice, a human person was educated. Of course, there was formal, non-formal, and informal system of education in the indigenous system, which of course, they tried their best to be able to take human person holistically, not just forming somebody to be very, very intellectually without taking into the consideration of moral, spiritual, and the other dimension. So it's this type of education that this paper is advocating, arguing with the question we're reading, saying that yes, there is need for education, there is need for us to revive education setup, which has always emphasized more about theory without taking into practice. And education, we should take human person, this student, this learner, holistically, to be able to come out to be a better person who can contribute positively to the development in Africa. And now, the question now is, Yes, education, of course, we see that higher education, Tangaza being one of the higher educations, there are 3 rules of higher education, that is teaching, research, and community service. Of course, at the end of the day, the learner comes to school to acquire to learn, to acquire the skill of research, and to be able to go back to the community to impact the community positively. But the question now is, once this student or this learner is going back to the community, has he or she actually acquired knowledge? And if he or she has actually acquired knowledge, which type of knowledge has this learner acquired that can be able to contribute positively to this holistic development, which is not taking consideration only of the economic dimension? So that is the question that this paper is also answering, saying that yes, a learner, once you are done with your education setup, you are going back to the community with a set of knowledge that can contribute to development. But the question is, which type of knowledge, which this section of the paper is going to answer, to say, every society functions on the basis of what its inhabitants know. Our knowledge has a variety of sources, that is, values and functions, but not all forms of knowledge are necessary for development. For instance, development will not be a reality if we possess and cherish knowledge that comes through popular opinions, gossips, forwarded as received, text on WhatsApp and other social media platforms, etc. In the same light, knowledge that is exoteric and initial cannot lead to development because it's discriminatory knowledge, the privilege of a few. We are all meant to live and share our existence with others, so that the exoteric knowledge does not help only some few individuals. Of course, this section is still arguing, saying that yes, the knowledge we get from WhatsApp, we see nowadays, most people get their sources of knowledge from WhatsApp. Of course, WhatsApp is also a very good source of information, but the question is how authentic is that information, and many other social platforms. So this section is calling on us that the knowledge that is needed should be that authentic knowledge, which should be handed down by someone who is well trained, not just from gossip or from personal opinions or popular opinions. And now looking at the aspect of conceptual decolonization confers a new mentality, which of course I already argued that at the end of the day, the learner has to go back to the community with a new mentality, which can be able to contribute positively to this development and can also contribute to the transformation of the society, because the society is plagued with poverty, hunger, conflicts, wars, and many other calamities that is facing the Africans. Of course, Kwesi Wiredu comes in now to state clearly that with many other scholars such as Franz Fanon, George James, and others have argued that the fundamental problems of the decolonized Africa is that the colonial mentality that we have inherited from the colonial master is still again affecting us in our system of education, which of course George James, in his book so famous, The Stolen Legacy, proposes a solution that he calls the philosophy of redemption, that there is need for us to adapt a certain philosophy, and this philosophy is that of redemption that can be able to bring about a certain serenity in the way that we have always perceived ourselves, coming right away from the colonial perspective. A psychological process involving a change in belief and mentality to be followed by a corresponding change in behavior. Of course, once we acquire knowledge, there is need for change in behavior, which is again coming to that holistic aspect that education, that indigenous education, as this paper is arguing, calls on us to be.
No, but
to him, it signifies a mentality emancipation or a reformation in which the black people will be liberated from the chain of traditional falsehood, which for centuries has actually enslaved us in terms of being inferior, looking ourselves as we cannot actually contribute positively in terms of knowledge, and which this again has an effect in terms of humiliation as well as insult to us. This emancipation or redemption has two functions, which are general and specific. In this general sense, emancipation transcends the limitations and boundaries of race, and therefore includes the whole world, black and white people, since we are all victims of the same change and traditional falsehood that has increased the modern world. It becomes specific emancipation or redemption when it refers to the freedom of the black from such conditions. Of course, the issue of racism, the issue of inferiority, that there is need for an education which is anchored on philosophy of redemption, which is bringing about a certain...
No, but
yes?
Your time is
yes,
over.
sister?
I give you 1 minute. Can you conclude?
Okay.
Please.
So now going to conclusion, this paper Kwesi Weridu is calling on all of us to look at the nature of education, which can be able to help us in a mentality that can go beyond that colonial mentality that has been set, and for such an education to be a tool for mechanism or a mechanism for transformation, there is need for it to consider practice and theory. And so that is basically what Kwesi Weridu is calling on all of us to be able to look at conceptual decolonization, using education as a tool which can contribute to development in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Norbert. Can we have a clap for Norbert? 1, 2, 3. Fine, thank you very much. Time is not on our side. We've had 4 presenters in a series. That is Dr. Mundua on cultural universals and moral relativism, a dialogue between Kwesi Wiredu, Habermas, and McIntyre. And then we also had Professor Anselm Wiredu's idea of conceptual decolonization and the decolonization of epistemic inquiry in Africa. Our third presenter was Dr. Ochieng on philosophy and the political problems of human rights in Africa, a reflection on Kwesi Wiredu. And now we've just heard Norbert Yashike presenting on behalf of Professor Nelson Shang, Conceptual Decolonization of the African in Search of a New Mentality for African Development. I think before we have questions raised to them, I would like to make the following announcement that we are going to have our lunch here. All those on site, we shall have our lunch here. There is lunch prepared for us. We just need to pick a ticket at the door when it will be time for lunch. And so I welcome only 4 questions. Only 4 questions to our 4 presenters. Because of time, the rest we can interrogate them outside there during lunch. So we'll only have 4 questions presented, and we shall only have less than 10 minutes. So 4 questions, I'll give 1 chance to those here and 3 chances to those seated in front of me. Anybody with a question? We have Father Intriga with a question.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Professor Anselm Kole Jimo, who presented from Nigeria. And in a way, it is also related to the one who gave the keynote address. Unfortunately, he's not in. Professor Anselm Jimo talked very passionately about the need for decolonizing our epistemic inquiry in Africa. And indeed, he stressed, just the way Professor Wariyari Nyaroth put in the beginning, the need to look into our syllabus. And that caught me, looking at the context in which most of our institutions in Africa, and particularly institutions like Tangaza University College are, which has its syllabus to a greater extent foreign determined. Now, to speak of decolonization, particularly of our epistemic status, in that line, I would like the two, maybe now, I hope Professor Kole is still online, to clarify for us more.
Yes, I am here.
Yes.
I'm here.
How practical, what is the praxis of this conceptual decolonization, particularly in relation to epistemic status, in the context of institutions like seminaries, for that matter, because I also look at your description here, things for St. Peter and Paul. how is it practical? What is the practice of this in the context of our syllabus, which is largely foreign determined? Thank you.
Okay, Prof, you'll just wait. Any other question? Any other person with a question?
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Mundua. He talked about universalized biology, and I would want him to tell me or to explain to us how, in the context or today we see how the world is moving, there are people, actually many, who think it's not about biology, but about feelings. There are people who think they're in a wrong body. We've heard of men who think they are women, but in the body of men, or women who think they are men, but they just have a female body. How, in the context of how do you think we can put it or contextualize it as far as Kwasi Wiredu is concerned in this concept of universalized biology? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have two questions. One to Dr. Ojwang, and the other goes to Professor Anselm Jimon. I would like, first of all, to thank you, Dr. Ojwang, for your insightful paper. But I would like to hear your view on the matter, especially in Africa. In Africa, we have this tendency. We think every politician is a liberator just because we were liberated by the people who later joined the politics. Also, we have this tendency in Africa that we think politicians are good leaders just because we were led by people who later joined the politics. For example, Nelson Mandela was a leader and later joined the politics. Julius Nyerere again was a leader, again later joined the politics. These people, just as an example, they were liberators, but later joined the politics. And now it comes as a tendency in our Africans' minds that we think if you are a politician, you can become a good leader or a good liberator. Now, what's your view about this tendency? Now, my second question goes to Prof. Anselm Jimon. He contributed something very insightful about how we can decolonize our mind. And Professor Oriare Nyorat quoted Kwame Nkrumah saying, seek first of all political independence and economic independence, and the rest will follow. Now, what do you think, Prof. Anselm, on the aspect of European or Indian culture? For example, in India, medical practices, TCM, for them, they call it beneficial comparing to African practice. Also in China, they call it Andiol de Vic, the medical practices. But now when it comes to African heritage, we think African medicines or traditional medicines are black magic. Does it make sense? Or what do you say about this kind of thinking in African context?
Thank you very much, brother. The last question.
Thank you very much, presenters. And first of all, I'm called Apollo that's my name. Now, to the response of one of the questions, which has been really much in my mind, because someone asked about the African philosophy. If you look at Tangaza here, we used to have Institute of African Studies there. But nowadays, it was changed to Tangaza, then it went like that, with the reasons which we don't know. So practicality part of it, somehow it is in limbo in Tangaza here. Now, my question goes to Professor Dr. Ojwang. The first question is, you talk about the human equality, that human beings were born equal from the womb, and they should express and exercise all their equality. Now, my question is this: why is it that some are born with the higher IQ, others are born with lower IQs? We consider them as fools, and some are sages. Why is it like that if they were all born equal? The next question goes to you again, the same Dr. Chieng. Do you think that if the government can take all the resources together, they put them together in one basket and distribute to everybody in the country, can you think that after 1 year, people will still be the same with their resources, or some will also going back to begging and some will be higher than others? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would also like to remind ourselves, when you are given a chance to ask a question, let it be brief and ask only one question so that you give others a chance to. Now, okay, fine.
Thank you. A very brief one. I intend this for Dr. Chieng, but he doesn't have to answer it. Anyone else can contribute. About Ubuntu philosophy, to what extent does it apply across Africa? And then about decolonizing the African mind. How far back do we have to go? Were there already, some seeds prior to colonization that allowed the European to colonize Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now go to answers. And I'll begin with Professor Anselm. Prof, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Can we hear your response in brief?
Okay. 2 questions were directed to me. How practical is it to decolonize curriculum in institutions? I'm in the seminary, the head of Department of Philosophy of S.S. Peter and Paul, and recently, with what Obanyana that we have related to theology is doing, they want us to have an institute of theology, which is going to, by extension, apply to philosophy. In the process of drawing those courses, I discovered that they have about 18 courses, and one of them says local philosophies. And in those local philosophies, that's why I think we can bring in African philosophy in its entirety as much as we can accommodate. But even then, it's a 2-year program. And we have a 4-year first degree program here according to the way it's structured in Nigeria universities. So that will not stop us from introducing even more courses in Africa. But more importantly, sir, is the fact that we take note that decolonizing our curriculum of studies, like I said, is not necessarily about the westernizing our studies. It is about Africanizing the way we teach our courses in the university by making the contribution of African scholars, especially those African scholars who in their work made attempt to divest their work of Western ideas that are hegemonic. We have to underline that, by making African contribution a substantial part of it. For instance, when we teach early modern philosophy, we should be able to make contributions of people like the forebears of African philosophy, which, even though they are mainly from the religious perspective and the anthropological perspective, we should be able to introduce people like Masolotu, people like Weredu, who were there. We have also philosophers, African philosophers in the contemporary time. We should not just study from Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and all of that. Some of whose ideas are actually hegemonic, some of whose ideas are colonialist in nature. So decolonization is not necessarily about de-westernization, but making what we teach. While we teach that, we should be able to bring in the contribution of African scholars. Sometimes when we try to bring it, I think what we end up doing is by making it as if they are commentaries. And then we end up dismissing them using Western ideas. That is why I brought in at my introduction that the lived experiences of people inform their process of thought. Belief is a product of our thought process. And it is from our beliefs that we start talking about conceptualization and knowledge ultimately. That is what I take there. It's not an easy thing. For instance, in seminaries, maybe like your institution where our curriculum is designed for them, but they also give us the leverage, like here, the seminary, to do our degree program, not necessarily their own, fashion according to the way they do it in Nigerian universities, so that the certificates will be useful to our students, especially those of them who end up not becoming a priest. So that is how I will briefly answer that. Then the other one, I think the concept of black magic is one of the problems that one of those concepts that Weredu will pick on. Because we already have this mentality that anything that is black or African is not good. If we have read actually in this thing, black consciousness, the black consciousness of blackness, you will get the point that I'm trying to make. We have been so boxed and marginalized and subjugated to think that anything black represents something that is evil. That is a wrong terminology. It goes back to when you talk about indigenous as local, when you talk about indigenous as if when we're growing in primary schools, they ban vernaculars in our schools. Our own language, in our own land, we are not allowed to speak it in our schools. That is not proper. Nigeria is very multilingual. So when we talk about using your local language, there will be a problem about language that will cut across Nigerian state, for instance. But then, we should not give our children the impression that there's something wrong with your language. That is why I wanted to borrow from education's idea of humanizing pedagogy. Be able to train our children by what we feed them with, what we teach them in schools, that their own identity is important and is not inferior. I think it is in that concept that the old nation of black magic comes in. Otherwise, there's no reason why we should describe medical practice as black. I have a friend who is doing a PhD in the University of Ibadan, and our topic cuts across something in medicine, and I know she's been seeing some professors in the University College Hospital in Ibadan here. She told me that even in UCH, they are right now exploring how to integrate African medicine in their own practice, which means there's already also a consciousness of the fact. Some people call it alternative medicine, which I find more acceptable, not necessarily the best, but definitely more acceptable than black magic or traditional medical practice.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
If we have a
Prof.
correct understanding of the concept of tradition and not something negative. I don't know if I've answered that question, but I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. The next answer we shall expect from Dr. Mundua.
Sister?
If I got the question right, it was how we can we reduce biological universalism to address the problem of gender fluidity today. That is opinions that are held subjectively that, for example, I'm a man, but the person inside me is a woman. Or I'm a woman, my body is of a woman, but the person inside this body is a man, which, contradicts Christian anthropology and they also we can borrow from Western philosophy that the soul is understood as the form of the body. And as the form of the body, it informs the body proportionally that the soul of a man should have masculine character and the soul of a woman should have feminine character. So if we find a soul that is masculine in a female body, there's a complete incompatibility. Now, if this is held as a personal opinion, in Wiredu, epistemic inquiry is linked to moral inquiry. And that's why he says, even the truth of morality then is not personal, is defined, is generated, and must be understood by the people among whom the person raising that claim shares the cultural universals. So the question will be, if you say you are a man trapped in a woman's body, what will that mean to the community from which that is generated? Because according to him, it can't be from a social vacuum. You cannot come out from a social vacuum. And therefore, my answer is that according to Wiredu, that subjective thinking must be censored by the communal, epistemic, and moral inquiry. Therefore, he wouldn't take that as something opinionated by one person, one subject, outside a cultural and a social vacuum. So in Wiredu, epistemic and moral inquiry are linked. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mundua. I would now like to call Dr. Chieng to respond to the questions raised to him.
Thank you so much. I had 4 questions. One is about politics. You must realize that most of the first governments in Africa, they are for service. For example, the Zambian parliament, the first parliament, most of them died poor. However, ideologies which we took after the independence, most of our leaders realized that it's only in politics where you get money. And money means power, and power corrupts. That's the situation we find ourselves in Africa today. That so long as you have money, you are going to bring all the population on you, and actually you are going to be a savior. The only thing that we need to do is that we don't need democracy, which was given to us by the West. And that's why Kwasi Wiredu is very careful about democracy, conceptual democracy. It's not the democracy of the fools. Again, the question of equality. When you talk about ontological progression of African person, all of us are conceived, then we are born. But why IQ differences? Our environment matters. Socialization matters. Don't expect somebody who goes to the village and find that there's a dog in the fireplace to reason like somebody who goes to the home and find that there's a hot pot with food. Different people. When you see a dog in the fireplace, that means there's no food. Already there's a problem there. And so our environment and socialization sharpen our what? Our mentality and our intellect. Again, the question of if you bring all the resources you give to people, are they going to have the same resources at the end of the year? No. It goes back to the way we have been oriented towards how do we use money, how do we invest it. Ubuntu philosophy, to what extent? According to my studies of African cultures and traditions, we have all the metaphors, we have all the stories, we have all the proverbs which talk about Ubuntu. The only problem is that they have not been so much documented. But in all the tribes in the African nation, they are what we call the essence of Ntu, the essence of the African togetherness, the consciousness of another person, the respect that should be given to another person. And they are all in our metaphors and proverbs. If you want to do that, you can do research in any African tribe. We have sayings, we have proverbs, and all these metaphors take us to the spirit of Ubuntu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chieng.
Question. How far should we go backwards if we are to decolonize Africa? What was the question? How far do we go backwards to decolonize the African mentality? my opinion is that this is a question on a method. And what I can appreciate from Wiredu is his first approach to African philosophy is systematic. Systematic in the sense that he wants to go and inquire. He does an inquiry on, for example, he does an epistemic inquiry on what truth is. What are the conditions that can make us arrive at the truth universally first? Then we appropriate that to a culture. There's another way of doing African philosophy when you read, which is polemic. Polemic and apologetic. More at the defense of what African thought is, sometimes with the fear of letting African thought be interrogated by thoughts that are not African. And therefore, if we use the systematic approach, then other approaches, what I can learn from Wiredu is that we may even not set a limit to it. Because as a professor, the keynote speaker said, in fact, colonialism is continuing. If we look at not physical, but the mental colonialism, it could even be higher than when it was at independence. And therefore, that will be my answer. Let us use a systematic approach and forget about time limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nobat, online, are you there? Can you be brief, please?
Things that we need to consider here is about the pedagogy which is being used in our education setup. We go in most of our education setup, there's still that traditional pedagogy whereby a professor, a PhD holder, a master holder comes to class knowing that the learners are like tabula rasa. They don't have knowledge per se. But of course, as he indicated, the learners are coming to class, they'll be living in the communities, they have experiences, they have been surviving, which of course, in the classroom setup, there should be that need for regeneration of knowledge, which that can only happen when there is equal participation of the learners and the lecturers, which come out so strongly in the argument of Kwesi Wiredu on consensus democracy, whereby all the views of people are taken into consideration. So there is need for revival of the pedagogy we are using in our institutions, which of course Tangaza has started using service learning, which of course I personally am taking the discussion to another level of critical service learning, which is a pedagogy whereby the learners and the teachers, they are all engaged in equal participation. Secondly, when he was talking about the number of courses in our institutions, maybe African courses, maybe philosophy or theology, which of course in Tangaza you find African theology studied for a semester, which maybe that is the same thing in most of our institutions. But the question I will take it is not just about the number of courses, but it's also the approaches that the lecturers are using, which of course Kwesi Wiredu argues in one of his book chapters about intellectual as an identity problem. So the question is, you as a lecturer who is teaching in class, what pedagogy are you using? Because all the courses can still be African courses, but the approach you use to teach the learners to say, yes, you are the sole author of knowledge is problematic. Secondly, making a contribution about something came up about Utu philosophy, which of course Utu philosophy is looking at, can we go back to our root, which is that indigenous education, to say blending theory and practice, can we be able to integrate all the components? Because Utu is all about looking at all the components together, not isolating one, which of course, if we look at in terms of knowledge, experiences, people bringing different ways, and the learners also expressing themselves, participating in the curriculum. The last contribution is the question that we, the academicians, should be asking is, how do the parents, all the stakeholders participate in drafting the curriculum? Because Emil Decken will say education should be need-based. The question is the education we offer to our seminarians, the PhD and the master program we are offering to our students, is it actually need-based or is it just for certificates? Because if it is need-based, the approach will be changed. So that's my contribution in regard to the questions which were asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for being a
I want, in the interest of time, just to move very fast for our second session of presenters. Before we do that, can we all stand, be and stand? Just look at your neighbor. Ask him or her, how do you feel? Did you understand? Did you get a sweet? Did you get a bottle of water? Just smile. Now look down at your feet. Pretend you are picking and your sweet just has fallen down. Just bend. All of us, let's bend. Let's pick that sweet that you left there with a piece of paper that has fallen. Turn back. Just turn your whole self round and look at the door. Don't go out. Just look outside. It's not a time for picking papers for lunch. It's not a time. Okay. Just turn again in front and say, there is hope. There is hope. What hope for? There is? So what are you hoping for? Lunch. Okay, in order for you to have lunch, we must go to the second session. And I would like now, let's have a seat. Let's have a seat. I'd like now to call my seniors. I call them my seniors. The following presenters, Dr. Caroline S. Mudeje Buya is a full-time lecturer at Pwani University, Kenya, and Dr. Elizabeth J. Katam is also a full-time lecturer at Kenyatta University. They are going to present to us the value of interrogative thinking in contemporary Africa's socio-economic development. Insights from Kwasi Wiredu. Thank you very much. Time, still 15 minutes.
Thank you very much and good morning. And our papers you have had, our key presenter touched a lot of issues, but we will still express our views. So we are saying, what is the status of our social economic status in Africa? You will all agree with me, it's not good compared to our colonizers. So we are saying, as we were told by the first presenter, as early as 333 BC, we had our solid African philosophy that was anchored on democracy of where we were all one. What happened when the colonizers came? We all borrowed their foreign ideas, and immediately our self-identity went down, declined. Up to now, we are facing a huge crisis of self-identity in Africa, and they are aware. So we are asking, did these colonizers, after they went with our economy? Because immediately we faced economic crisis, the issues of IMF, World Bank. They were all dished to our countries. Now, we are asking ourselves an elusive question here. With this ICT and modernization, we are still glorifying the Western ideologies. With our philosophical foundations, aren't we having any positive elements that can help us to tap on our economic sustenance in our country? And our question that we wanted to interrogate using Kwasi perspective is, how well can we use our interrogative thinking to harmonize what the colonizers, the global ideas and our local ideas for our sustainable economic development? Just as the first our keynote speaker said, when the economy is in shambles, then all these other aspects of humanity will also fall the same. So can we hear from my colleague on how we can make use of this interrogative thinking? Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. And so I don't know what you are looking at there, but we are at slide number 4. We considered development of society in the context of realizing that it's not just economic, and this we have borrowed from other African authors such as Adedesi and many others that consider the fact that, including Wiredu himself, that development is not just economic. There are other non-economic elements of development which we should be able to consider. And indeed, in the text that informed our paper greatly, in Wiredu's book, Philosophy and an African Culture, the article in there that talks about what can philosophy do for Africa, there's a question that he has reiterated somewhere: what shall it benefit a man if he got the whole world and lost his soul? And for us, the soul is where interrogative thinking takes place, and the other elements that we are borrowed from him in line with developing ourselves as human beings who are able to think and ask questions that are geared towards helping us improve and become better as we endeavor to survive in this technologically moving forward society. And so, what is interrogation? One of the things we have highlighted is simply to be able to question, and we are saying that questioning is a type of thinking that has an epistemic value, because we are able to generate knowledge through, for example, reflective questions, and that our actions are well directed when we ask questions. And an article there by Buya 2020 in a project that we involved ourselves in about rethinking poverty from the perspective of the poor person. Now, this has inspired us in the sense that sometimes when you think about the impositions that some of the presenters have talked about here, we imagine, even in contemporary society, that we can be able to solve the problem of somebody without giving that person a chance to ask questions and to be part and parcel of the solution to the problems that we think are good and necessary for them. And so interrogation or questioning is an important element, and when we give ourselves to asking questions, we will generate curiosity, we will stimulate reflective conversation whereby you are not just passive on a decision-making table, for example. We will foster and focus in our own inquiry, and we will be able to even explore underlying assumptions, including of some of the ideologies that we are pointing out, that not everything is bad, but can we be able to understand it better through probing of questions, so that in application we are doing it from an informed perspective. Questioning from our perspective can also foster creativity, and it will generate new possibilities for us. We will be able to evoke further questions. So the exercise is really about ability to ask and ask those questions, answer them and ask again questions, and the process continues. So we are pointing out that whereas there are diverse questions that we can be able to appreciate in philosophy, questions of fact or preference, our bias was on questions of judgment, which are most critical. Why? Because they actually encourage or enhance debate and reasoned judgment. So usually when you give answers to those questions, you must provide evidence, and you need to utilize the multiple systems of thought. As we have been told by other presenters, we are in a situation where we are confronted by systems of thought, systems of doing things, systems of morality. And so we need to be able to employ these such questions so that we are able to manage to navigate these diverse systems of thought. And we think that socioeconomic development in contemporary Africa requires a firm philosophical foundation with analytic and evaluative questions as its bedrock. And so some of the insights that we borrow from Kwasi Wiredu, of course, the second chapter in Philosophy and an African Culture ends with pointing out that we shouldn't be comparing in the strict sense, for example, African thought and Western thought, but that in a way we need to be able to, try to approach the material critically. And the critical component of philosophy is what Kwasi Wiredu emphasizes throughout the third chapter on what can philosophy do for Africa. And earlier on there was a question by one of us, Dr. Oigo, on where is that particular philosophy? In what can philosophy do for Africa? Kwasi Wiredu is actually elevating the place of the philosopher given the object or what philosophy is actually able to cause us to become and even do if we are committed to it. For example, there is the element of critical approach to issues. We don't just accept as they come, we ask and probe and accept from an informed perspective, critical assessment. And one of the things that Wiredu has pointed out is that we will not disregard the philosophical writings of others, even those from the West. And Professor Anselm has said that, not more than once. But that we need to be able to do a critical assessment and borrow from them that when we critically assess issues, we are able to transcend those that are popular or those that, people clap at all the time. And that this enables us to cultivate a questioning and reflective lifestyle so that it is actually inculcating a habit that we need to develop and carry forward as we endeavor to participate in the development process. There is the element of caution, and quoting from Wiredu's book on philosophy and an African culture, page 50, he says that the process of sifting the elements of our traditional thought and culture calls for a good measure of analytic circumspection, lest we exchange the good as well as the bad in traditional ways of life. So in this particular case, it's simply about, can we ask questions? Questions that are going to help us to make headways, given that we find ourselves in a situation of mixed things. We have our own values, we have our own ideologies, but we also have those that we have borrowed from, that come from outside. And so our borrowing should be critical in nature. He actually charges on page 55 of that book that we need to question and reject forced ideologies. Now, as a way forward, because we have more details in the paper itself, as a way forward, and our way forward, some of the presenters have already talked about it. For us, we think, borrowing from Kwasi Wiredu, that there is need for proactivity of philosophers in Africa to advance pragmatic value of the discursive and interrogative element of philosophy wherever they are practicing. So if you are a teacher, you are a formator, you are a student of philosophy in religious life, is there any component of philosophy that you deem fit to be able to utilize wherever you are practicing so that you do not just do things as others have done in the past? There is also the need to train African leaders, and in this case, the training of African leaders should have a philosophical basis so that we promote a critical mindset. And this will be able to help us because at the moment we are saying that, these leaders, not the philosophers, the politicians sit on the decision-making tables. They are the ones who are inviting these foreigners. Now, if they are trained to be able to, understand and appreciate the critical mindset, then there is a likelihood that they would be cautious and be able to see that they can actually harmonize both, what comes from outside and what is within. And finally, my colleague, Dr. Elizabeth, coming from a curriculum development, background, one of the things we agreed upon is that for future or long-term, mitigation, we need to establish the critical elements of philosophy that are necessary for the development of agenda in contemporary society. And so we proposed an infusion of interrogative thinking methodology in the elementary school curriculum to enable learners develop and utilize their inquiry, curiosity, and evaluative capacity.
Thank you. Now I would like to call immediately. We are going to have our next presenter online, Godfrey Mwenda. He's a PhD student. and a full-time lecturer at St. Charles Luanga Major Seminary, Windhoek, Namibia. He's going to present to us an African philosophy and African education, implications of Wiredu's conceptual decolonization project on Africa's educational policy on indigenous languages. Mwenda, are you there?
Yes, I am here. I hope you can hear me.
Please take your 15 minutes. It's hard to tell someone it's 10 minutes online. Just make sure you time yourself. 15 minutes. Welcome.
Reflection on Wiredu's concept of conceptual decolonization of African philosophy in two ways. One, as a prerequisite for developing South African philosophy, and two, its implication on contemporary education in Africa, especially with regards to indigenous languages. While I remain sympathetic to Wiredu's advocacy for thinking in vernacular to accomplish the conceptual decolonization, my analysis reveals that contemporary African education remains aversive towards mother tongue education, albeit covertly. I argue, therefore, that this aversive attitude towards these languages undermines their development, but also bears devastating consequences on the development of African philosophy. So I consider the future of African philosophy as dependent on African philosophers' capability to influence contemporary education policy in Africa in a way of advocating educational development of indigenous languages. The paper therefore concludes that decolonization of today's formal education in Africa is a necessary antecedent to the survival of contemporary African philosophy. So let us now turn to Wiredu's desiderata for African philosophy. I consider Wiredu's philosophy as a two-edged conceptual critique of some of the facets of colonial and post-colonial perspectives on African philosophy. One cutting edge of the critique is directed against the colonialist undue repudiation of the philosophic value and validity of pre-colonial publications on account of their African origination. And more tenaciously, this cutting edge provides a biting critique on the colonialist philosophic hegemony by means of which the project of depriving Africans of all capacity of epistemic engagement was being advanced. The other cutting edge of this critique is wielded against us and some of African thinkers for evading their intellectual responsibility, namely the responsibility to critically analyze the philosophical legitimacy of the colonialist attempt to annihilate African epistemic fecundity on the one hand, and on the other hand, to critically examine the philosophical validity of the very African epistemologies. Now, looking at conceptual decolonization as doubly critical, as Wiredu puts it, the idea of decolonization is itself a critique of the model of African philosophy, popularly known as ethnophilosophy, and even of traditional African philosophies themselves, much as it is a critique against the colonialist de-Africanization project. Wiredu considers the ethno-philosophy and traditional African philosophies as essentially parochial wisdoms of the kind we can call customs of culture. They engender not much beyond the narrative, explanatory, and character of African anthropologies, and therefore for Wiredu, they lack the critical examinational, speculative, and reflective, suggestive characteristics of philosophy proper. On account of such limitations, traditional African philosophies are hardly self-critical. They are likely to militantly aver their Africanness as untouchable without critically examining the philosophical validity and usefulness of African conceptual claims. So for Wiredu, African philosophy, therefore, must first of all eradicate its undue assimilation of the Western conceptual frameworks and thought systems on the one hand, and on the other hand, be self-critical. Looking at conceptual decolonization as an imperative, Wiredu views commitment to the project of conceptual decolonization of African philosophy as an imperative for contemporary African philosophers for reasons that are, one, philosophical, and two, inherent in the very notions of decolonization and Africanization. First on the list is the question of the colonialist denial of African epistemic capabilities. Wiredu sees the Africans' surrender to the colonialist divestiture of their epistemic capabilities not only as amounting to wallowing in colonialized thinking, but also as a moment of advertising our colonial mentality. So for Wiredu, such wallowing and advertisement of colonial mentality is perhaps the highest expression of uncritical and accordingly unphilosophical mind on the part of African philosophers. Therefore, for Wiredu also, however, he acknowledges that utilization of African traditional philosophies for refuting the colonialist denial of African epistemic capabilities has not come without posing certain philosophical problems. For Wiredu, therefore, it is necessary, in fact obligatory, in the sense that you could say an intellectual responsibility, that African philosophers have to grapple with these questions in question if at all African philosophy is to stand out. Consider, for example, the citing of traditional African philosophies as counter-examples of the colonialist denial of our epistemic capabilities. Wiredu sees that we do that especially in what he calls the particularized approach, whereby we give counter-examples in order to defend African philosophy. But also, there is in doing so, a philosophical problem which he calls continental generalization. To give an example, he says, for example, that when we use a certain worldview, such as the communalist sociality of Africa, whereas it can be applied to many African communities, to put into it or to give it an African identity poses a problem which he calls continental generalization. It also poses a problem of postulating unanimity and consensus in philosophical beliefs among traditional peoples for which there might be no sufficient evidence. Also, Wiredu talks of something he calls domestication, which is, for example, he thinks that African thinkers need to integrate certain fundamental domains of philosophy, for example, formal logic, within African philosophy, for the simple reason that these were not developed in traditional African systems of thought. However, such domestication task is an imperative because we have to do it insofar as we have to make African philosophy a complete body of philosophy. Now let us analyze traditional African languages and their philosophies. For Wiredu, the procedure of generating authentic African philosophies primarily involves thinking in one's vernacular. Those concepts and wisdoms that are to be considered as traditional African in the narrow sense have had to be generated in strictly indigenous epistemic linguistic frameworks. There is, for Wiredu, a direct correlation or a direct relation between genuine traditional conceptual epistemic systems and indigenous linguistic frameworks. There is a quotation there. I think, I'm not sure whether my slides are being shown, but there is a quotation there which I don't want to read, but I will explain what it means. Wiredu's point in this quotation is that the historical background of African philosophy was marred with conceptual misrepresentation of the African religious and cultural wisdoms. In Wiredu's reading, the misrepresentations not only resulted from the fact that said wisdoms had been approached in Western categories of thought, but also they had been expressed in foreign linguistic frameworks. The fact that those misrepresented wisdom became the primary sources of African philosophy, post-colonial African philosophers should have firstly engaged themselves in the necessary deconstruction and reconstruction processes. And Wiredu considers oral tradition. And oral tradition has remained a profound means of transmitting, reconstructing, and imbibing African traditional wisdoms. Much as most Africans who went through formal education have been educated in the colonial West languages, the so-called modern languages, exposure to such languages does not rob Africans of their capacity to express themselves in their indigenous dialects. For this reason, therefore, Wiredu would think that ancestral conceptual epistemic heritage is still accessible in its original form. For example, the primordial genres, such as riddles, sayings, proverbs, these, for Wiredu, remain fairly uncorrupted by the presence of colonial languages. For Wiredu, therefore, he is convinced that what has changed in African philosophies is not their content per se, but conceptual interpretation and representation of them. For this reason, Wiredu thinks that the tool for deconstructing African misrepresentation, for deconstructing colonial misrepresentation of traditional African philosophies and reconstructing their seemingly dormant capacities is by the use of indigenous languages. However, the question comes, is this: how, let me frame it again. It is, however, questionable whether contemporary Africans have remained faithful to this ideal. Let us look at modernity globalization vis-a-vis African identity. First of all, modernity and globalization are blanket terms. And in light of this paper, I will refer to these terms in the more general perspective. That is to say, advancement in social, political, and cultural economic structures on the contemporary world. In relation to Africa, modernity and globalization could be viewed from two fronts: the Western front and the African front. By the Western front, I refer to the European views of Africa's development in cultural, political, and economic spheres. And by African front, on the other hand, I refer to Africans' own aspirations for development. This dualistic consideration of the notions of modernity and globalization brings to light certain power relations which, when critically examined, help us to discover far-reaching implications of such terms in relation to the general well-being of Africa, her people, and their conceptual epistemic heritage, which I consider as African identity. Now let me say something, let me describe a bit the Western Front. I describe the Western Front mainly from colonization. And what I see, I may not give everything that I have written there in the interest of time. Let me say this. Colonization seemed to have acquired legitimacy in the European socio-political and cultural systems, justification being that colonization was nothing but an attempt by Europe to civilize, educate, and Christianize the primitive Africa. Now, looking at the African front, by the end of 1970s, when most African countries had regained self-rule from the European colonial powers, there had been a complete overhaul of the African identity. And what happened to a large extent is that categories of traditional and indigenous have been understood by many Africans in tandem with the European categories such as primitive, wild, backward, and civilized. And this is so the advent of Africans' dissipation of their own past and its traditional products. To our day, debates on modernity and globalization have majorly revolved around the category of development, where the meaning signification of the term development more often than not remains Western. Therefore, assessment, for example, assessment of politics, sociality, cultural, economic, and religious structures have often been guided by Western categories and the standards of measuring development. Such assessment. All right. So such, let me then look at education in Africa. I would say this about education in Africa and its ultimate goals. Most African countries find themselves giving priority to scientific technology as means of achieving development, and in the process, the value of traditional African technologies in effecting development is often downplayed but also foreclosed due to conception of traditional technologies as outdated. Allow me to say something about the place of indigenous languages in traditional African, in contemporary African education. I would give an example of Kenya. In the case of Kenya, for instance, while the policy to use mother tongue as medium of instruction in early development years and the direction to teach mother tongue in primary schools remain in place, the Ministry of Education, however, does not demand strict adherence to the policy in primary schools. In practice, therefore, mother tongue education remains optional. What do we learn from this? We learn that modern education in Africa remains aversive to the educational development of these languages. So, what is the future of African philosophy in Africa? I would say this: it depends on the capability of African philosophers to negotiate for educational development for these indigenous languages. Therefore, in conclusion, I say that decolonization of contemporary African education is a necessary antecedent to authentic development of African philosophy, and therefore I recommend that therefore African philosophers should endeavor to influence contemporary African education policy, aims and practices towards educational development of indigenous languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mwenda. Can we have a clap for Mwenda? Our next and last presenter before lunch is Dr. Munguchi, Entriga. He's an apostle of Jesus. He's the director of Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, Nairobi, and part-time lecturer at the Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology. Dr. Entriga will take us through Conceptual Decolonization, Wiredu's seminal work. Welcome, Father.
Thank you very much. My presentation, as has been said, is about conceptual decolonization, Wiredu's seminal work. And I hope I will summarize the main contents within 5 or 10 minutes. A great deal of scholarly production exists in African philosophy today. And like any other philosophical tradition, African philosophy is punctuated by ideas that have significantly influenced and altered the trajectories of Africa's scholarly discourses. Conceptual decolonization that appeared about 4 or 5 decades ago is one such an idea. It is brainchild of Kwasi Wiredu. He is the protagonist. Before I go further, I would wish to express a surprise when, at the initial stages of this great event, when organizing it, in choosing a theme, Wiredu came forth. But my surprise was that really not many people were aware of who Wiredu was or is. And not many days ago, I was in one of the classes with the students somewhere, talking to candidates, those in 3rd year. A good number actually expressed their unawareness of the existence of a certain philosopher or such a philosopher called Kwasi Wiredu. I was thoroughly shocked. And so my presentation is just to highlight who Wiredu is in African philosophy and beyond. This presentation examines the conceptual decolonization within the context of Wiredu's more general philosophy of decolonization to establish 3 points. 1, that Wiredu changed the scene of post-colonial African philosophy through his conceptual decolonization. 2, that conceptual decolonization is seminal and revolutionary, not just in African philosophy, but beyond. And the 3rd, that Wiredu never gets the honor he truly deserves. The paper is structured in the following way. First, contextualization. Second, Wiredu's notion of conceptual decolonization, which I'm not going to talk about because since then we have been talking about it. And the 3rd, the domain of conceptual decolonization. And the 4th, the impact of conceptual decolonization. Contextualization. This is all about the philosophical geography of conceptual decolonization. It consists of a fleeting sketch of Wiredu's biography, which is both non-professional and professional. The non-professional includes Akan heritage. The professional includes the formative academic life, colonialism, rationality debate, contemporaries, that is, Wiredu's contemporaries, and the personal acumen. Wiredu is a Ghanaian, as we have heard, from Kumasi. He belongs to Akan. He is of Akan extraction. Wiredu stood tall, proselytized, and is schooled in westernized educational system, just as many of us me and you. He learned a lot from Western education, but largely forgot nothing of Akan roots. He used his non-African knowledge and experience to deepen his Akan heritage, and often corrected the non-Akan conceptions. That is his Akan heritage in brief. What we can learn from Wiredu here is that born and brewed from. Whatever we acquire outside where we are born and brewed from should help us to understand more, or in a better way, our heritage. We should use it to correct it. And at the same time, what we learn from our heritage, we should too use it to correct what we gain from outside. There is a mutual benefit from where we are born from and what we learn from outside. Formative academic life is summarized into 3: early formative college experience, late formative professional experience, and the professional career. These 3 kinds of academic formation had a great influence, just like on any other student. Where we acquire our formation has enormous influence on us. And so Kwesi Wiredu was influenced by this. He never lost sight of his roots. He never lost sight of his professional trajectory. And so we are called to learn from him. Colonialism. Wiredu existed. He lived. He was born, he lived, and in fact died within the context of colonialism. He was there when colonialism was setting on, when it took place. He was there when the liberation struggles were on. And so, like any other person, he was greatly influenced by this. He spent most of his professional life at the University of Ghana and the other academic institutions within and without Africa. But in this professional life, lots of issues are there in his thoughts, in fighting colonialism, and in helping us understand who live within colonial experience, how to philosophize. This was the acrimonious debate on the existence and nature of African philosophy, sparked by Placide Tempel's publication of the La Philosophie Bonté. Wiredu, a prolific writer and debater, wouldn't have been spared by it, though seemingly not getting consumed by it. By that I mean, Wiredu lived at a time when this rationality debate was hot. As some of the precurrent speakers had said, much of philosophy before consisted of fighting what the colonialists put forth on Africans. And so some lost, actually, sense of direction in it. But Wiredu remained not weighed down by it. And clearly we can see this in his approach, where he came with the conceptual decolonization, which in a way appears as Wiredu's way forward out of the rationality debate. And indeed, it has changed the trajectory of African philosophy, as this paper claims. Wiredu's contemporaries. We, in one way or the other, are all influenced by our contemporaries. Wiredu had great contemporaries, and many, especially his fellow great quartet that consisted of Odero Ruka, Paul Hotonchi, and V.Y. Mudimbe. These interacted and debated not only in conferences, symposia, and the other such like fora, but also in books. Accordingly, in their professional interactions, Wiredu's philosophical views certainly might have gotten influenced directly or indirectly by what came from these great men. Of the great things that influence Wiredu's thoughts and that help us to understand how conceptual decolonization was his personal acumen. Of course, he said philosophy is more of what is given out than what is received. And this largely depends on one's intellectual acumen and industriousness. As Kant will maintain, paraphrased, that it is not a genius for which one should be praised, but industriousness. Wiredu was a man of industriousness that ultimately led to the project of conceptual decolonization. Colonialism, rationality debate, contemporaries and the personal acumen, conceptual decolonization to where sorry for that. It was a new philosophical approach that is conceptual decolonization, African colonization. I'm not going to say about it. Much has been said about it. Next is the domain of conceptual decolonization, the scope of conceptual decolonization. It is the question, is conceptual decolonization limited to conceptualization, as the name suggests? Is it only limited to philosophy, since it was born in philosophical context? Or it is limited to philosophy only? Is it limited only to African philosophy? Wiredu's thoughts on this is that conceptual decolonization is not limited only to African philosophy. It is not only limited to conceptualization. Conceptual decolonization is both theoretical or speculative and practical. Speculatively, we can examine our modes of thought, both from outside and what we inherit from where we are born and brought up. But practically, conceptual decolonization applies to every other aspect of our lives, so that our day-to-day language, when we use terms because they are being used by foreigners, we need to decolonize our social life, so that when we wear wigs, which they make us, or they should make us look like a better like the non-Africans, whether Asians, whether Americans or Europeans, we need to decolonize our political life, so that when our leaders congregate in foreign nations, after being summoned, whether in Moscow, whether in Washington, whether in Beijing, we must demand of them decolonization. Our culture, so that when we continue certain traditionally harmful practices, like physical circumcision, whether for men or women, simply because the tradition practices it, we need to decolonize. Economic policies, so that when our economic decisions are made and implemented because IMF or the EU Parliament has vetoed it or recommends it, we need to decolonize. Our education system, it has been mentioned, so that when our syllabus is dictated by institutions from outside Africa, we need to decolonize. Our religious life, so that when we consider non-African traditional practices or proselytizing religious practices uncritically or superior, we need to decolonize. Our eating habits, so that if we, or if I consider pizza or ice creams better because Europeans like it, I must decolonize. Conceptual decolonization is never domiciled in philosophy. It is in every aspect, including theology. For instance, devoid of proper conceptual decolonization, enculturation is impossible. I'm being told it is time. The last point is about the impact of conceptual decolonization. Conceptual decolonization has greatly impacted African philosophy, and indeed beyond African philosophy. As we talk today, it will seem conceptual decolonization is more a hot dog outside Africa, particularly in South America. Why? It is really injustice to Kwasi Wiredu that somebody who has conceptual decolonization as the brainchild from Ghana, Africa, the Black Star, goes almost numb in most of academic institutions. And yet, outside Africa, it is a hot cake. So it's a call to us, it is a call to you, to me, to give time to African philosophers, particularly this Kwasi Wiredu, whom we are celebrating today. Let us read, let us research, let us extend his thoughts for the good of Africa. My final conclusion now. The onset of conceptual decolonization ushered by Kwasi Wiredu has been one of the greatest events in African scholarly scene. It has changed the trajectory of African thought in various aspects. In philosophy itself, it has moved the rationality debate a notch higher by not only responding to the question about the essence and content of African philosophy, but to the actual doing of it. In so doing, it has offered a double-edged challenge. For, on the one hand, it has challenged the cynics of African philosophy to re-examine their beliefs. And on the other hand, it has challenged the Africans, I and you, to move away from the lazy discourse on the existence and nature of African philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Intriga. Can we have a clap for him? In the next few minutes before we break for lunch, I'm going to take full control of what is going to happen. One, I'm going to limit the questions, only 3, 1 per presentation. And so, I'll begin with Mwenda, who is online. Mwenda, are you there? Mwenda? Yes, I am. So, anybody with a question to Mwenda? Only one. I'll choose, I will choose, because I said I'm going to take control. Give him the microphone.
Thank you, Father Mwenda. You've talked about the language, and of recent there was a debate in Tanzania that they want to change Swahili as a language of instruction to English as a language of instruction. And given that Swahili is a bit influenced by Bantu speaking kind of languages, now I don't know what is happening in Tanzania that they have seen now that English should be the language of instruction rather than Swahili.
Please respond.
I'm sorry, I'm not able very much to respond about what's happening in Tanzania, but at least I know that Tanzania had tried to have Kiswahili as a medium of instruction. So if that's the turn of events today, that they are dumping Kiswahili and taking up English as medium of instruction, I would say that it's very unfortunate. And we too in Kenya, we need to accept that we need an educational development of indigenous languages, because if they are not taught, grammar does not enter into people, and people are not able to use their concepts in philosophical terms. Yet, many Africans, when they go outside the country, like in Germany, in France, they go as adults and they learn these languages and they use them in their workplaces. So we are responsible for our own failure, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. When I have more interactions on that, we shall during lunch break. Next question to Dr. Caroline Buya and Dr. Elizabeth Katam. Any question to them? Give the microphone to one behind there. I also encourage the sisters, women or females who are inside here, can also ask questions.
Thank you so much for this chance to all the philosophers in the house, because all human are philosophers. The question I have for Doctor is that one of the most prominent African wise saying from Akan people is that before you swallow a full coconut, you should be aware of radius of your outlet. And now, the African leaders, they have remained to be slaves, if you can say, to the European culture, in such a way that borrowing funds from Europe, as we say that we have the throne, but we don't have the crown. But now, the method you are using is the interrogative thinking in contemporary African socio-economic development. Right now, Africa, we are suffering from lack of funds, and we are appealing to Europe to help us in money aid and in different ways. But now already we are living at a debt. We are already decapitated in terms of funds. Your method seems to be more of the future event to be taken care of. But now the question of trying to come out of their shoes and depending from Europe, while we still owe them a lot. So instead of repaying, when we are repaying the debt to Europe, what do you think can be the better channel? Is your method more of the future or the present? Because at the present now, we are trying, like, for example, like Kenya, we are trying like to repay back the debts that we owe to them. So what do you think? Do you think that this method is still applicant to today's society, now in Kenya, for example? Or is it better to wait for the future and then engage these? The second part of it is that most of our leaders, if we can say less, are philosophers, and maybe they are devoid of this kind of logical scholarly reasoning. So what do you think? Do you wait until we elect philosophers who can employ this method? That's the question. Thank you.
So if you are here early in the morning, one of the things that was shared by our keynote speaker was about the continuation of colonial thinking and practices by our leaders. And the insights that we borrow from Kwasi Wiredu are, we can think about them in the context of now and future. Now that we are already in the problem and in the crisis, and we are still confronted by these challenges, can we be able to appreciate our capacity to probe? Because sometimes there are things that if you read between the lines, you wouldn't, put a whole nation, to problems if you thought through it. But because many times our leaders and ourselves, we also just receive them. Just that in the context of students, when you are given information, sometimes you don't want to interrogate further. You just want to receive it and vomit it back. So the idea from Wiredu and the interrogative thinking is really about, can you give it a second thought? Can you question and find out whether it is indeed good and applicable to you or not? If that happened, we wouldn't be talking about the problems we have now. But so that we remedy our future, we can be able to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do as local leaders? And there are some African countries that have tried. What is it that we can do as local leaders to be able to utilize what we already have? Because most of the time what we borrow from outside, we take to our pockets. That's the unfortunate bit. But if we thought through, as we borrow the money, where are we taking it? It's simply about reason and inquire and assess and rethink, so that you don't just bring it and it's lying there and you have nothing to do with it, and then you have to pay back in a short while that debt. So I think it's not just for now, and for future in educational context. When we allow learners to learn, when we don't teach them what to think, but how to think, then the expectation is that we are likely to have a generation that is going to be able to think differently and interrogate ideologies that come. Because we cannot avoid the fact that we are interacting with others already in their systems and whatever else in the technologically developed world. But as we interact, can we also use our critical element as rational beings? Because Wiredu says there is no philosophy that is Western and African. Philosophy examines issues. So can we utilize that component of philosophy and better ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you very much. What Dr. Buya is saying, that we do not only need learners, but thinkers. Thank you. Next question to Dr. Intriga. I'll give Father Mundua.
Thanks very much, Dr. Dennis, for your presentation. I have two questions. Okay, I have one question with the two parts. The first part is this. There's this problem, which is, I could say, now classical in African philosophy. That is the identity of Africa. What is Africa? It may look redundant because it has been there, but you see, it manifests itself again and again. We have just concluded the World Cup, and I remember when Morocco reached the semi-finals, quarterfinals. Many African countries were celebrating that. There was an African country that reached the quarters. Morocco was happy that an Arab country had reached the quarterfinals. So that's why I'm saying this problem is recurring. So there's Africa geographically, there's Africa ethno-geographically, there is Africa punctuated by epochs. So we could have. So my question will be, how will we resolve this challenge? I consider it as a challenge, as before we embark on the decolonization of African mentality. The second question, the part two of the same question is to Dennis and Mwenda, but more to Mwenda. If Dennis wants to attempt, it's okay. Is the challenge also of the multilingual nature of African society? This question has been asked, and I want to repeat it in another form. I present this as a challenge. In Uganda, some years back, there was a debate that Parliament should adopt a Ugandan language for debate, not English. It was agreed. The question came, which language now are we going to choose? They proposed one language. The others say we don't want colonialism of one tribe on the others. So what they were fighting, they brought it, they domesticated it. So they are fighting English as a way of, decolonizing. When they came to inside Uganda, they realized that they don't want a domestic colonialism. That is one tribe going to colonize or dominate others. I see this as a really challenge. So for Mwenda, how can this problem be solved? Because it is real. We can learn local languages in lower primary, but after that we go to national schools. That is a challenge, it's a really challenge. And when the problem of Tanzania, I understand it. I think from that perspective. So that challenge, how do we address it before we embark on decolonization?
Thank you very much, Dr. John Ndwa, for raising this, which I would call a perennial philosophical question, which has scarcely been settled. Who is an African? There is no universal answer that has been given to that question. It all depends on what you yourself assign to the meaning of an African in whatever you want to write or in whatever you want to discuss. Some take it that an African should be so by birth. And not only by birth, but must be black melaninated, so to say. Some take that in African is all about the environment or the context, not the color or not the content of the color of your skin. You could have a different color, but born here in the context, in African context and environment. And when I say context here, I now mean the geographical environment in which the continent of Africa is. So, I will not give you a universal answer, but I will give you my own opinion. My opinion is that an African primarily is so by genetic code, which must be reflected in the content of the skin. That's my opinion. I mean, it's open. You can agree or disagree with it. The rest are Africans by aspiration, by desire, by other aspects. And so when I talk of an African, or if I write about anything about an African, that's what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, do I give Mwenda a chance to finish? Mwenda, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I would say this.
Only.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
As a way of responding, I would say that I do not have a particular language that I would suggest that we use. However, the issue of a lingua franca that can unite all of us is quite seminal, as Professor Mudiwa says. But I think the main issue that we have at hand is that those indigenous languages are not developed at all. We just use those languages in the villages to communicate, but there is no grammar, there is no scientific research on them. So I would say that Professor Mudiwa has thought too far ahead. And I would say, let us first of all think of how to develop them academically, first of all, in order that they could be used. And then perhaps we could even toss a coin, and whichever comes, then we take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mwenda. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of us. I have seen or have noticed nearly all the institutions surrounding Tangaza are represented here. Queer, Consolata, Contemplatives, Apostles, Tangaza, and others which I have not mentioned. We thank you very much. It's now time for lunch. What we are going to do, we are going to give voucher cards. You will pick as you go out. We shall use the 3 doors, But don't go through one door and come in through the other door, because once you go out, there will be no coming in. Okay? There is enough food prepared for us. Our guests, keynote speaker, our leaders present here, the presenters, our able servants here who have made sure that others are able to see us outside there, and also for future reference, you shall be directed where to go and eat. So I will ask now, Father Mundua, to bless for us the meals. We are also requested to keep time. We are behind 30 minutes. And you know what happened? It's because some of us came late, so we began late. So take your meal and come back. What's the time now? It's 2 o'clock, It's exactly 2. In the next 30 minutes. Take your lunch, jog around. Thank you.
Let us arise. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of this day. We thank you for the gift of Ukwazi Wiredu to humanity. We thank you for the gift of life and the means to sustain it. We now invoke your graces to bless what you have set in front of us, so that we may nourish ourselves bodily and spiritually. And let us invoke together the grace on the meal. Bless us, O Lord, and this our grace are about to receive from abound through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Please, those who are still outside, we request you kindly, in 2 minutes, we are beginning.
Can we have silence from the floor? Silence, please. So we are beginning. So we are going to be started off this afternoon by a presentation from Dr. Odinga on quasi-reduced African philosophy's importance in light of the African identity source. I take this time to welcome Dr. Odinga to the podium. Welcome, Doctor.
So good afternoon. I want to take you through this topic, which has been giving me crisis myself. Quasi-reduced African philosophy, or African philosophy's importance in light of the African identity crisis. I am making this reflection using a book that Kwasi Wiredu himself wrote, Cultural Universals and Particulars. Identity, or the discussion of identity, is about what kind of a person or group is in some deep and fundamental manner. A crisis of identity involves being unclear about one's most distinguishing characteristics. So we are saying that people and groups have certain distinguishing characteristics. To put this in some cultural context, there are several ethnic communities in Africa that practice what are called rites of passage. And one of the ideal sides of rites of passage is to make sure, for example, that you are not confused whether you are a male member of the community or a female member of the community. Uncertainty about one's most distinguishing characteristics can lead to clinging to identities of others and failing in their own environment. This can lead to the introduction of undesirable foreign practices into a person's life or into the community's life. Africa has had its share of influence and contact with other groups over many years and also throughout the centuries. There was the phenomenon of exploration, the explorers coming to Africa, transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, Christianity, Islam, neocolonialism, and globalization. Each have an impact on African identity over many centuries and thus contributing to an African identity crisis. This I say in the context that Africa has not decided, even as I speak, to say which path they want to take. Be it, as Mazrui said, the question of the triple heritage. Which path does Africa want to take? Because Christianity is imposing itself, Islam is imposing itself, and then there is also the question of African indigenous thought systems. Numerous authors have discussed the challenges of African identity and identity crisis in all its manifestations. The current focus on Wiredu's contribution to African identity is intended to highlight the fact that as the world becomes increasingly globalized, the quest to translate theory of African identity into reality should continue to attract increasingly serious scholarly attention. So the question here is about putting into practice the many years of discussion about African identity. The current reflection argues that globalization is now advocated, does not recognize nor take into consideration African identity. The quest to translate theory of African identity into reality should continue, and as I said earlier, should continue to attract more scholarly attention. A major focus of this presentation, as I have said, is a reflection on Kwasi Wiredu's African philosophy's importance in light of the African identity crisis. International movement, ATD, provides me with some concepts that I want to present here to you in terms of handling this identity crisis issue. The international movement, ATD Fourth World, together with researchers from Oxford University, present a participatory research which they did in the context of poverty. They are put together in a document titled The Hidden Dimensions of Poverty. The current presentation benefits from what the researchers refer to as colonization. It's a major core experience of the African. Relational dynamics is one aspect that I would put on the table is about the governance in Africa. How do our leaders
especially in politics, as has been said this morning, relate with their people? Is it a relation of wanting to move the different countries forward, or a relation of wanting to put economic gains into their own pocket? Then the question of privations and modifying factors. Poverty away from monetary consideration to social dynamics. The core of this presentation is on social dynamics as a way of tackling Africa's identity crisis. A path that Kwasi Wiredu took in discussing human identity, but also specifically African identity. The core experiences that they list is disempowerment, suffering in body and mind and heart, struggle and resistance. The struggle for identity has been a resistance to certain values that are coming to us from other parts of the world. The modifying factors that I take into account is identity and cultural beliefs. Cultural beliefs translated into cultural knowledge would, for me, be a way of handling the African identity crisis, which leads to privations like lack of decent work, insufficient and insecure income, material and social deprivation. Kwasi Wiredu, in his own life, symbolized this. Kwasi Wiredu had his first studies at home, then went out of his country, then came back to continue contributing to society in a number of universities that were in Africa. So that is another way of disseminating knowledge about African identity, thus averting the possibility of having a cultural crisis. I want to skip some of this. No doubt, contemporary Africa is facing what may be called a cultural crisis, which is evidently seen in the loss of identity, misplacement of values, socio-economic backwardness, political instability, brain drain syndrome, insecurity, moral decadence, corruption, and maladministration. So that's by way of introduction, that is what I want. So that's by way of introduction, that is what I wanted to say. So Kwasi Wiredu's a definition. We have seen that Kwasi Wiredu studied in Oxford, then went back to his home country of Ghana, a symbol of giving back to the community. As in the academic world or in the scholarly world, as I said in my opening remarks, should be more and more focused on discussing this African identity crisis. Once again, I borrow from ATD Fourth World's methodology of research called merging of knowledge. Are we able to sit down with different players and find out their different perspectives on the question of African identity crisis and come out with a standpoint that respects our diversity, but at the same time respects each other's identity. Kwasi Wiredu's African philosophy touches on questions of identity. He did some work about the Akan. For me, that clearly symbolizes the fact that Kwasi Wiredu was concerned about identity. How does the Akan stand out as an Akan? And how do their thought processes feature in this world that is diverse? Wiredu has a central presence in the discipline by virtue of two highly influential books, Philosophy and an African Culture and Cultural Universals and Particulars. The search for African identity has been a long one and may, in my estimation is that it will take even a longer time. The search for this identity, which is seemingly difficult to reach, is compounded by factors that I mentioned earlier. The legacy of colonialism, the legacy of neocolonialism, and also the legacy of our own scholars who are trained in a Western thought system and disseminate that to the African people. I'm just concluding here. I'm skipping quite a lot of things. Arguably, Wiredu formulated the most influential approach in modern African philosophy. He called it conceptual decolonization, which we have heard about today many times. Through conceptual decolonization, Wiredu attempted to tackle the dilemmas of modernity on the one hand, and the conflicts embedded in the African consciousness on the other hand. I think I stop at that point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odinga, for taking us through that and for keeping time. Just to let you know, don't be worried about when the presenters say they are skipping essential details. They will give us the main things. All these papers will be published, and we will have time to read them slowly, digest them slowly, so don't be worried about that. But at least we are going to get the main ideas of our presenters. And the next presenter we have is none other than Anastasio Nyaga, whom most of us know. Anastasio Nyaga is one of the full-time lecturers in the Institute of Philosophy here in Tangaza, also a part-timer at the Institute of Philosophy of the Apostles of Jesus, and is also a student in our mother university, the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And Nyaga is going to give a presentation, an attempt to unite philosophy and culture in Africa, insights from Kwasi Wiredu. Welcome, Mr. Nyaga.
Thank you very much, Father Dominic, for that philosophical consolation that I skip many things because they will be published. I will skip them. An attempt to unite philosophy and cultures in Africa, insights from Kwasu Redu. That's the topic of our presentation today. For several years now, there has been an ending debate about the relationship between philosophy and cultures. And this issue has been widely discussed among scholars from different fields, including the field of philosophy itself. Is culture a philosophy? Is philosophy a culture? Or are they both philosophies? Are they related in any way, or are they distinct from each other? Are there philosophical elements in culture, or are there cultural elements in philosophy? These are some of the questions that have been asked. On the one hand, some scholars are of the view that these two concepts, philosophy and culture, are distinct. On the other hand, there is an opposition group claiming that the two concepts only have different names but mean the same thing. This paper seeks to discuss a symbiotic relationship between philosophy and cultures in Africa. It is an unfortunate strategy that the Western cultures refuse to understand the fact that Africans and an aptitude for conceptualization and the practice of philosophy that was inherent in their diverse cultures. Just like elsewhere, different communities have different attitudes and different philosophies that define their immediate and remote worldviews. For instance, ancient Greek philosophy was greatly shaped and influenced by Greek and other foreign cultures, for example, Egyptian culture. Consequently, the term Western philosophy may refer to the philosophical thinking of Western culture, beginning with the ancient Greek philosophies of the pre-Socrates. Every philosopher, therefore, is inevitably operates against the background of some culture, either that of his own or of that of others. Kwasu Redu, a renowned Ghanaian African philosopher of post-colonial Africa, has extensively discussed on the question of philosophy and African cultures. Though his thoughts are rooted in Ghanaian philosophical and cultural worldviews, he nevertheless acknowledges that there is homogeneity in cultures across Africa. And this is found in his book, Philosophy and an African Culture, published in 1980. There is a quote there by him that you read by yourself. On the same thread, we can as well justify the inevitable affinities that exist among most of the cultures across Africa. There are some definitions of terms here, which I'm also going to jump. But I'm going to deal with a very crucial question. Is there an African culture or African cultures? For the past few decades, the notion of African culture has been faced with a lot of challenges. People have gone further to ask, is there anything unique about African cultures? Or if it can be defined distinctively. What is it that we refer as African culture concretely? Is it the material aspect such as festivals, rituals, dress code, eating habits, among the others? According to the views from different thinkers like Kwame Nkrumah, Kwasu Redu, Ari Mazrui, and others, what we tag as African culture cannot be properly regarded as indigenous to the continent of Africa. This is due to the fusion of cultures which involve the forceful influences of Judeo-Christian and Islamic worldviews on the indigenous African cultural mindset. And even within Africa itself, there are as many cultures as there are many different ethnic groups in the continent. For this reason, this paper attempts to explicate the unity between philosophy and African cultures, not only one culture. What is the role of philosophy in a culture or in cultures? Can philosophy help provide answers to problems within a culture? Specifically speaking, what can philosophy do for an African culture or African cultures? A symbiotic relationship between philosophy and cultures has been a controversial issue among philosophers. One of the most controversial questions in philosophy is the definition of philosophy itself. Questions have been raised regarding the true definition of African philosophy, for example. But in spite of these disagreements, philosophy is connected with a critical reflection of a preconceived ideas, values, and customs. It deals with the critical reflection on the ultimate questions of life in totality. In general, philosophy attempts to give answer to some fundamental questions about life, knowledge, the cosmos, and human nature in general. Philosophy is latent in the daily actions of people. Philosophy is means by which cultures provide themselves with justification for their values, beliefs, and the world views, and serves as a catalyst for progress. Philosophy, therefore, critically confronts the established belief practices of the society. As a reflective critical thinking, philosophy is linked to a way of life, form of inquiry intended to guide behavior, a form of thinking that sharpens and broadens our intellectual horizons, scrutinizes our assumptions, and clarifies the beliefs and values by which we live. Philosophy, therefore, helps us to liberate the individual from the imprisonment of ignorance, prejudice, superstitions, narrow-mindedness, and the despotism of customs. Culture constitutes the raw data, the laboratory from which philosophers do their analytic experimentation. And therefore, the last part of this presentation, I'm going to see ontological, epistemological, and anthropological assessment on African cultures from Wiredu's perspective. And we start with ontology. One of the Wiredu's most prominent discussions revolves around the arcane concept of personhood. He believes this traditional framework hosts a two-part conception of a person. First and foremost, intuitive to Western conception of persons, which is ontological dimension. Then it includes one's biological constitution. Further, Wiredu states that the second dimension, the normative conception of personhood, which is based on one's ability to will freely. One's ability to will freely is dependent on one's cultural and ethical consideration. This means that one can be said to have free will if he has a high regard for cultural and ethical responsibilities as a free being or a free person. This then designates a person to become a person. This implies that one is not born a person, but becomes one through events and experiences that lead to act culturally and ethically. This differs from the Western conception of personhood in that, in a traditional thought, people are not born as willed beings. The second area is area of epistemology. The idea of African epistemology is based on the acceptance that such concepts as knowledge, truth, and irrationality can be interpreted using African categories of thinking and concepts as provided by African cultural experiences without a recourse to Western or Aryan conceptual framework. Therefore, this epistemology is abstracted from the collective worldviews of Africans and learning essentially on such materials such as folklores, proverbs, and folk wisdom. We have to give three reasons for this comparison. Firstly, the main preoccupation with truth in the traditional Akan society was moral. So truth means morality. Secondly, the moral concept of truth presupposes the cognitive concept of truth. And thirdly, the English word truth itself is ambiguous. It is Wiredu's argument that both moral connotation and communal argument embedded in the truth by their cast is an epistemological anomaly. The last part is on anthropology, philosophical anthropology, which is critical study of human being in its integrity philosophically. And in order to understand the full sweep and complexity of cultures across humanity, it is a work of philosophy that draws and builds knowledge from the society as well as humanities and physical sciences. Westerners have gone about with the fabricated notion of differences in nature between Africans and Westerners. And this has promoted and made anti-Africanism, racism inevitable, but at the same time, traditional thought cannot match with modern scientific oriented thought. That about anthropology, something very essential is I'm jumping, but we are running over time with time. Conclusion. Needless to say, there's a strong relationship between philosophy and culture. Culture forms the background for every philosophy as such and gives meaning to philosophy. On the other hand, philosophy helps to rationalize culture and save it from archaism. Suffice it to say that there are elements of culture in every philosophy and that there are elements of philosophy in every culture. As a way of conclusion, we must stress that any genuine global philosophy must include philosophical traditions from all cultures and religions of the world. In this commitment to universal humanity, we cannot afford to depend on solutions from a single culture or from the most influential cultures of the globe in order to interpret the reality of life. And therefore, there is a call also from Wiredu's insight to decolonize our cultures so that we may live as free human beings. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Mr. Nyaga once again. And Mr. Nyaga, I appreciate you. You are the first presenter today who has not been given a timeout. You have operated within time. So you have set a new record. And your follower has a new challenge to follow. And our next presenter is none other than our own Dr. Sister Babirie Oliver. We know her very well. She's a full-time lecturer here and also a part-time lecturer at the Institute of Philosophy of the Apostles of Jesus. Sister Babirie is going to give us a presentation which is a critical analysis on Kwasiwiredu's compatibility of morality and religion. Sister Babirie, you are most welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. My topic is a critical analysis on Kwasiwiredu's compatibility of religion and morality. So in my introduction, I will let you know that the two terms, some say they are related, and then others say they are totally different. Apart from that, we shall look at religion from the general perspective. By that I mean from the Western perspective, and briefly maybe from African perspective. After that, we shall look at morality itself, still from the Western world and from African perspective. So I can begin. Looking at the two terms, religion and morality, it is evident that the central issue arising from them is their relationship with each other. The close interweave between them is reflected not only in the universally accepted religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, but also within African religions. So this article will attempt to clarify on the two terms in order to establish whether they are compatible. The article comprises of 3 sections. The first section focuses on deepening our understanding of religion and morality, plus paying attention to Kwasiwiredu and his philosophical background. The second section elucidates religion and morality from an African perception. In the third section, we shall focus on the compatibility of religion and morality. So we can look at the term religion. The word religion is derived from the Latin verb religare, which means to bind together. Thus the Latin noun religio, referring to obligation and reverence, is based on religare. And so religion connotes a rebinding. That is to bind together that which might otherwise fall apart. Religion, thus, in a literal sense, is a principle of unification and harmonization. It works for personal and social integration of values and for a general orientation of personal existence. We can look at few philosophers who have attempted a definition of religion. One of them is Paul Tillich. For him, religion, he looks at it as an ultimate concern, a concern which qualifies all other concerns, and in which the answer to the question of the meaning of life is entailed. So what one draws from such a definition is that religion has been a dominant concern of humankind. Despite such a concern, it is very difficult to define or describe religion due to the fact that it is growing, it is dynamic, elemental, personal, and broad in scope. Other philosophers, like Immanuel Kant, they define religion as the recognition of all our duties as divine commands. For Schleiermacher, the essence of religion consists in the feeling of absolute dependence. And Karl Marx, religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, a protest against real suffering. It is the opium of the people. Briefly, most religions, including African religions, address the metaphysical questions concerning the origin and the nature of the universe, the meaning of human nature, and the ultimate reality and the presence of purpose in the universe. We can briefly look at morality. Although some philosophers focus on the differences between morality and ethics, basing on their etymological sense in this work, we shall look at them as one. The term moral comes from the Latin word mores, which means custom or rules. Ethics originated in the speculation on the good life. The Greeks systematized it into a part of philosophy and called it ethics from a Greek word ethos, which means custom or character. So from such a context, ethics is also known as moral philosophy. Precisely, the philosophers use the term ethics to refer to a philosophical study of morality. That is, morality understood as a set of social rules, principles, norms that guide, all are intended to guide the conduct of the people in a society. Since majority of the speakers have already talked about Kwasiwiredu, I will jump one part concerning his life and works and briefly talk about his philosophical background. Kwasiwiredu's philosophical background. With the background of Western philosophy, Kwasiwiredu came to find out about African traditions of thought through his own individual efforts. He discovered that after African countries attained political liberation, decolonization became an immediate and overwhelming preoccupation. As one of Africa's foremost philosophers, Kwasiwiredu was not an exceptional in the task of decolonization. He got involved with a project he termed Conceptual Decolonization in contemporary African systems of thought. So this term entailed a re-examination of the current African epistemic foundations. Specifically, he intended to deconstruct the unnecessary Western epistemologies found in African philosophical practices. According to Wiredu, it is a duty of philosophy in any society to examine the intellectual foundations of its culture. It should take the form of reasoned criticism and, where possible, reconstruction. No other way to philosophical progress is known than through criticism and adaptation. We can now look at religion and morality from an African perspective. I will start with religion from an African perspective. It is important to note from the beginning that we are viewing African religion as one, and the African continent as a whole. The rationale behind this is to introduce a classical African religious ideas before the arrival of Christianity and Islam in Africa, and to establish them as the significant forerunners of much of the continental African thought. According to Molefi Kete Asante, African religion has withstood the worst of human brutality and cruelty against other humans. Yet, here are some beliefs and aspects of life and knowledge that are consistent across the continent. First of all, Africans are deeply spiritual people, despite the multiple deities and ancestral spirits in African traditional religions. This is evident in some of their notable features. For example, African cosmology posits the existence of Supreme Being who created the universe and everything in it. African myths frequently describe numerous lesser deities who assist the Supreme Being in performing diverse functions. Okay, let me just be brief. We can look at the idea of the Supreme Deity. The Africans have had the idea of a Supreme Deity and also the idea of a hierarchy of beings. Both Wiredu and Geke explain that the traditional Akan people of Ghana believe in the hierarchy of beings, with God the Supreme Being at the apex. After God, in a descending order, are found the various spirits. Some of these spirits are believed to reside in some parts of nature, notably trees, mountains, animals. Apart from that, those we have what is in the lower, the animals, the vegetations, and the rest of the inanimate objects. So the African Supreme Being plays a great role in Africans' lifestyle. They have some attributes they give to the Supreme Deity. One of them is looked at as the creator. Apart from that, is looked at as the molder, the bringer of rain, and the one who thunders from afar. Is the one who gives life to the Ancient of Days. He's omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscience. What about morality from an African perspective? I will say this one is based mainly on the personhood or good character. So many African scholars will sum up morality in these two phases. A person is a person through other persons, all I am because we are. While these phrases imply that one needs others in order to exist, and they have certain identity, they also convey a normative outlook, particularly personhood. So in the journey of the individual towards personhood, the community plays a vital role, both as a catalyst and as prescriber of norms. Discourses or statements about morality turn out to be discourses or statements essentially about character. When an African speaker talks of someone who is immoral, who is unethical, he expresses it as someone who has no character. And this one is also common among the Baganda. They too, when they talk about somebody who is immoral, they refer to somebody without a good character. Apart from that, morality too is based on the right and wrong actions. Actions are right insofar as they promote communion or harmony. Yes. Apart from communion, life is another category in African discussion of right action, specifically in distinguishing the permissible from the impermissible. So Africans hold dear the principal actions that are right insofar as they promote vitality. Now this leads me to the core of my discussion, that is section 3, which talks about the compatibility of religion and morality. I will do this by telling you something briefly about the origin of the tension between religion and morality. Here I will borrow some of the views from Western world. So in the minds of many people, the terms morality and religion signal two related but distinct ideas. Morality pertains to the conduct of human affairs and relations between persons, while religion primarily involves the relationship between human beings and transcendent reality. In fact, this distinction between religion and morality is a relatively modern one, although tension between religion and morality is already evident in the writings of Plato and the other Greek philosophers. So the popular modern conception that religion and morality are separate phenomenon is probably traceable to the Enlightenment. At that time, a number of thinkers, reflecting Europe's fatigue with centuries of religious strife, sought to elaborate ethical theories based on reason. In doing so, they established the assumption that the norms governing conduct, morality, and ethics were separable from matters of religious belief. This same cultural context also gave rise to the number of efforts to explain the relationship between morality and religion. The philosophers of the time took two different ways, those that were friendly to religion and those that were hostile. The thinking of Kant exemplified the views of those who believed that religion and morality are mutually necessary. Although he was willing to criticize religious excesses and fanaticism. He was convinced that belief in a God who rewards, just 2 minutes, the righteous and the one who punishes. So in the hands of the thinkers less friendly to religion, this claim became the simple assertion that religion represents the efforts to strengthen morality by adding to its ordinary social sanctions a connected series of supernaturally mediated rewards. Consequently, some thinkers doubted the usefulness of religion. And here they give examples of people like Marx, who thought religion was used just to do what? To exploit the poor. So this leads us to the question, why should one be moral? The tension between religion and morality is the one which leads to the question, why should one be moral? Some people have tried to answer this question basing on the idea of the benefit that someone of good character is far better than the one who is not of good character. Then others have said people should be moral simply out of respect for morality. But still others, rejecting the two ideas, have stressed the importance of various metaphysical or religious views in grounding explaining and justifying. So at this point, the question, why should one be moral, returns ethics to basic matters of religion. And so in the last part, we are going to see this now in the African setting. Just in 1 minute. Morality based on religion in African thought. The question, why should one be moral, is not an exceptional in African thought. The response to this question is evident in the way Africans view morality. In Akan moral system, for example, morality originates from consideration of human welfare and interests, not from divine pronouncements. Actions that promote human welfare are good, while those that detract from human welfare are bad. African morality from such a perspective is a humanistic ethics. Despite this fact, a recap on the African cosmology, of which the Akan are part of it, is important. First of all, they posted a supreme being, lesser deities who assist the supreme being. And so, with such a cosmology, maybe Africans integrate religious worldviews into every aspect of life. So the conclusion we can draw from such a cosmology is that despite the humanistic origin of morality in traditional Akan societies, the role of the supernatural, that is God, and the other spiritual beings is not completely absent. So in my conclusion, although Immanuel Kant is not an African and is seen as an example of those biased Europeans who denied philosophy to Africans, his metaphysical answer to the question, why should one be moral, bridges the gap which was created concerning morality and religion. Apart from the appeal to personal and community advantage, plus a respect for moral reasoning, which requires no further justification, various metaphysical or religious views which ground, explain, and justify commitment to the moral life are highly recommended. Thus, without at least some metaphysical, religious basis, moral striving makes no sense. In order to make sense out of moral striving, a belief in a morally intentionally governed of the universe is necessary. Some Africans may reject this view, basing on the fact that African religion is not revealed religion. However, basing on African cosmologies and beliefs, we cannot deny that fact. Geke cements these views when he states that in terms of behavior, of responses to moral norms and rules, Akan morality cannot be said to be wholly independent of religion. And this answers all our queries about the compatibility of religion and immorality. Thank you.
Coffee kwa Sister Babiria. Once again, anything that we have missed, make sure that as soon as the publication comes out, you grab your copy. You will learn why you need to be moral. Anything that you may have missed, you will get it. Let me also say that you not only get what is being presented today, but there are also other papers that did not get the chance to be presented today because of the tightness of the schedule, but there are many more people who submitted papers. And on that note also to acknowledge some of our students also wrote papers. And wherever you are, if you wrote a paper, congratulations. That's a good challenge to all the other students. So we'll get this. And our able HOD and VC, who is also a member of this, who is a philosopher, are very keen on producing a world-class journal here in Tangaza Institute of Philosophy, which we hope will materialize. And we are very grateful about these milestones that we are making. Thank you very much. So now let's take some 5 minutes or so to interact with the presenters that I've just presented, the three of them, and to get at least a question to each one of them. Once again, in the interest of time, we're not going to have many questions, but we can get at least one question to each one of them. To Dr. Odinga, who presented on Wiredu's African philosophy's importance in light of the African identity crisis. Then Mr. Nyaga, who was talking about culture and philosophy, how they are related. And finally, Babirie, who spoke about morality and religion. So, you have a question? You also have a question. I hope you're not asking yourself. So I can see about 3 hands from here. And it's always good to balance. We have hands from down there. Allah. Okay, let's begin from here. Nyaga.
Thank you. Actually, mine is directed to Dr. Sister Oliver regarding this religion and morality. I've heard, especially in the contemporary society, some of the young people disputing whether you need to be religious to be moral. And they are very keen on that because there are a number of structures that have been put by religion that are preventing them from going even to their own religions and all that. So just briefly, sister, do you need to be religious to be moral, or you can be moral without being religious?
Okay, that's a question to Sister Babirie. Let's hear the next question. It's like Sister Babirie is attracting a lot of crisis here because a trigger also asked a question. Let's see whether there is, if there is vacancy, we'll give you a chance. Let's hear from. Also for Babirie, Allah. Well, just a moment. Any question here before I give the opportunities here? Okay, we have one from Buru. Let's see, Buru. Give him, Peter.
With the protocol observed, my question goes to Dr. The one presented, decolonizing African philosophy and theology, a soul-searching process. And my main...
Excuse me, which one is that? Who is that?
I'm sorry. An attempt to unite philosophy and cultures in Africa, insight from Kwasi Wiredu, from Anastasia Nyaga. And first of all, I will start by asking him if, first of all, we saw that actually we're not supposed to be having a discussion of whether African philosophy is there or not, because it's very evident that African philosophy is there. And so my question is this: is the problem about the whites' conception about us Africans, or the problem is us Africans hating each other? Because what I believe right now is that an African is the enemy of your fellow African, and it's not a white as we're trying to maybe to quote maybe in our discussion. Because I'll give a very clear, very simple example. When, for instance, I want to go maybe to a current town there at the hub, 2 Mzungus or 2 white men are in front of me, and when they reach out the gate, the guys who are searching, the Africans, but we'll just let them enter without searching them. But me, an African, they are African, but they must search me. They must frisk me, actually. I take the same instance to Europe. I make a step to go to Europe. The whites will search for African, but we just let their fellow Europeans to enter. And so you find that actually the problem is us Africans hating our fellow Africans. It's not even the whites perceiving us as maybe not civilized or maybe savages. The other thing is... are
you asking a question or you are giving...
Oh, yeah. So I was just...
What is the question?
So now my question is, as Africans, what are we supposed to do so that we can at least get the problem from now seeing Europeans as the problem and seeing problem as us ourselves, and now ask what's the way forward? Because I don't see the problem being an Europeans, maybe our discourse about us, but I see the problem is us Africans among Africans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. That's a question to Nyaga. Maybe we can get those. No one is asking Odinga a question. Probably I can ask. I could have one, but you do.
Yes, my question to Dr. Odinga with regard to the African identity crisis and the contribution of merging of knowledge. I did not see the connection as such, because in the merging of knowledge you go to the table almost as equals, yet when we talk about identity crisis, one person or one group feels they are inferior. So how would we reconcile those two? Because if we merge knowledge and we are talking about an African and another, without some kind of education or enlightenment, the other person will still come and feel, this one is learned, I am not, therefore I have nothing to contribute, for example.
I can answer that question in this way. My margin of knowledge methodology that I get from ATD, I don't want to use it between the colonizer and the colonized, but it's connected to what the speaker was saying on the floor there later. How do us as Africans sit down together and see where the problem is, even if we sit down separately, as the merging of knowledge says. We sit down separately and say, in our area, these are our issues. Then in another context, these are our issues. Then that's how the merging of knowledge works. That different people in different contexts sit together, then that knowledge is brought together. That's the context in which I was talking. I don't know whether...
Thank you. The question regarding where is the problem, with Africans or with the Europeans? Actually, I will not take this one as a blame game, no. But we are looking at the realities that has come as a result of the contact between two cultures. So, African consciousness, especially after colonialism, post-colonial Africa, has been affected by that contact between them and the Europeans or the Westerners. In the sense, that creation of that, the one that is best is from out, and the one that is, maybe it's not okay is here. So, and this is very obvious, even without going too much into philosophical discourses. If you put two people there, a Mzungu and an African, even the children, the child will be somehow influenced by the whites, whatever the case may be, because he thinks that's better. So it's a matter of consciousness that has been passed on. So we are inheritors of that, even us. So the process of decolonization is, first of all, being aware of that our history. Why, for example, some of our cultures, we are not able to appreciate them. Why we have even a cultural crisis. Partly is because of this post-colonial Africa, especially the contact between the two. So it's not a question of a trend of one and maybe love of the other. The question of looking at things at the face value, even in our own lives, especially when we analyze our cultures.
Okay. the question you asked, that should someone be a religious to be moral? At the first phase, someone will think that somebody does not need to be a religious to be a moral person. And the view they attach to that is that human beings are rational beings. So they can use rationality to determine that which is good, to determine that which is right and that which is wrong. That I was sharing with you, why should one be moral? That's when now the aspect of religion comes in. And I will use the views of Kant, that being moral, the moral striving is rewarded. And who is this who rewards it? It is the belief in God who rewards morality. Attaching that to the idea of morality, then it's like being moral is in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands for those presenters and the answers they gave us. The most exciting, the hottest. So we just have 3 more of our presenters who are going to close this day for us. I know we just came from lunch. Let us stand for a moment that we may prepare for the... Just stretch in whatever direction. Out. Again, breathe in. Our first of the final presenters is none other than our teacher here, Dr. Sabas Kimani, who is going to give us a presentation, which is a critique of Kwasiredu's humanism and impartiality. Mr. Kimani, karibu.
Thank you very much. I start from where Sister Oliver left by asking, is morality the best captured in partiality or impartiality in African traditions? Appear to imply that partiality and moral consideration, that to claim that moral properties are spiritual, it will amount to claim that they are supernatural, and as such, one has to rely on a method that is beyond science, such as intuition and the rest of the method. According to Iredu, for his part, he holds that morality is in some aspect of human nature. All moral values, according to Iredu, is a function. I look at Iredu's theory of right action. According to Iredu, he talks about strict morality, and he contrasts it with the custom, and sometimes he refers to this distinction in terms of ethics, moral philosophy proper, and that is both essential and universal, without which human existence is in jeopardy. To construe Iredu's moral theory in terms of welfare, or that it defend some version of welfareism. By welfareism, I mean to claim that the well-being and for its own sake. He claimed that human well-being, a fellow or his fellow Ghanaian philosopher, understand that African thought to be grounded is in the notion of need rather than the right. He observes, and I quote, a shared humanity conceived as universal family of humankind mandates not a right-based morality. It mandates rather a kind of moral outlook animated by awareness of the needs and interests of others and demonstration of sensitivity to those needs. Principle of right action, according to Iredu, calls this sympathetic impartiality, which he understands to tantamount to a golden rule. And this principal function appears to harmonize or adjust human interest
to the effect of securing well-being. Then there is the rejection of humanism. At the level of metaethics, humanism remains a stubborn feature of African moral thoughts. To interpret moral values exclusively in terms of human interests would invoke an attainable anthropocentrism and may also imply specialism. We reduce metaethical presupposition that the foundation of morality is best conceived in physicalist terms, that is, it is grounded on some human properties as opposed to some spiritual consideration. If it is true that morality is strictly definable by an appeal to human interest, it indeed implies a kind of independence between it and religion. The impartiality in Wiredu's philosophy. We need to proceed and look at three aspects of African culture that recommend partiality as best interpretation of African moral tradition, contrary to what Wiredu's principle of right action would mean. That is, the high regard usually accorded to the family. Secondly, the ancestral veneration. And third, the normative conception of personhood qua a good person. Wiredu construed his principle of right action in terms of sympathetic impartiality. And this comes with the implication that morality in African tradition is best construed as impartial. How does the notion of family then appear to imply impartiality? A family, a unit, is usually accorded the high status, morally speaking, within the African traditions. And according to Augustine Schutt, who defends Thomist, understanding of Ubuntu observed that family is seen in African tradition as intrinsic good. The concept of community in African philosophy of Ubuntu or humanness is comprised of three types, that is the living dead, and those yet to be born. And life is wholesome and just, and it is just a harmony that prevails within the three tiers. African moral thoughts is best construed in terms of partiality. One central notion of African morality is that of personhood. The notion of personhood in the instance of normative insofar as it claims about what constitutes a good person or moral exemplar. It is not enough to be a human, as our keynote speaker mentioned. More is expected of African moral perspective. A human being is here and naturally construed as having ability to form a good character. And one possible objection against the partiality might be that the reading of African ethics is individualistic, where African thought is dominantly construed as communitarian. In conclusion, according to Wiredu's moral theory, it has two levels. That is the metaethics theory, humanism, and as a theory of right action, sympathetic impartiality. We problematize one of these stubborn features of African moral feature that render morality in terms of human interests or any other human feature. In my opinion, I suggest that more promising moral theorization must take us in the direction of non-anthropocentrism. Ethics in African tradition gives us humanism is not a firm grounded as Wiredu and others would let us kind of think. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kimani, that was very much on time. Thank you. Another clap for Mr. Kimani. As you can see, we are doing very well. And our next presenter is Ongera Isaboke. Ongera will give us a presentation on one moral obligation, one universal morality, a critique of cultural particulars from the moral perspective. Welcome, Mr. Ongera.
Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Ongera Crispin from Chuka University, and I'm making a presentation on one moral obligation, one universal morality, a critique of cultural particulars from the moral perspective. I've been centered on the conflict brought about by two epistemologies. That's the African epistemology and the Western epistemology. And we are left wondering whether these epistemologies have influenced our understanding of certain values in our African context. Our keynote speaker in the morning pointed out, when we were having a side discussion, that an African cannot be defined without the social aspect. And I think that's how we should look at an African in every aspect, that you cannot talk of an African without the social aspect, meaning therefore that the ontological aspects. So we are discussing the deconceptualization. That's how I see it, because if we read, we're talking of decolonization, of conceptual decolonization, then it amounts to a deconceptualization, kind of a destruction of the concepts that we have and building new concepts. Whether colonialism could have elevated the Western moral values at the expense of our African moral values, and whether therefore the call for deconceptualization, or rather conceptual decolonization, is a call to return to our traditional African moral values. And I'm doing this with the understanding morality is at the center of an African, and that being the case, whether when we talk of marriage in the two epistemologies as well as ontologies, we make any sense to ourselves, and especially now with colonization, when we talk of marriage, whether it has enhanced our being as Africans or the reverse is the case. And I'm saying this taking into consideration the fact that some of the African traditional values under marriage are polygamy, but also wife inheritance. So I'm wondering whether the Western epistemology made us lose our values, and in this case, the values of polygamy and wife inheritance, or it made us better Because when they came, they found us polygamous. And they told us we should be monogamous. So now, where were we to take those others that were already there? And again, the issue of wife inheritance, it's because of the social context again in which we look at an African wife inheritance. That if a wife loses a husband, then the community takes charge to take care of that lady. Now, the Western culture, perhaps out of the epistemology, brought in monogamy, and we therefore kind of, so I don't know whether we abandoned the widows. So those are the questions. But when we look at Gwiredu, and its epistemology, Gwiredu takes truth to be opinion, whether at the cultural level or at the individual level. Gwiredu remains a relativist. It remains a relativist. And this, I believe, is brought about due to basically the denial that being is one. Yeah? Being is one. So relativism is a consequence of such a denial. A denial, therefore, that the principle of non-contradiction is the foundation of truth, and therefore ethics has its foundation on epistemology. And it's for that reason that I am arguing that whether African or Western, we have an obligation to do that which is good. We all have one obligation. Because African philosophy is actually a response to those misconceptions that Africans cannot be moral, logical, and all that. So I'm therefore arguing that there is need to reflect the cultural universals, because again, we read to say that cultural universals, moral fundamentals are cultural universals. So my argument in this paper is that there is need to found our new epistemology that I suppose we are looking for, even that we read is looking for, on the fact that we have that obligation to do that which is good, and therefore with that we shall have one universal morality. So I can therefore say that my argument is that we need to rethink our new epistemology based on our ontology. On our ontology, of course, in a blended way with the Western culture, because even Gwiredu again says we cannot do away with the influence that we have had so far from the Western culture. And that new epistemology, that new morality has to be founded on the moral obligation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ongera from Chuka University, for that presentation on cultural particulars from a moral perspective. As they say, he who loves last loves best. And now I have the honor to invite our last presenter of today, Dr. Josephat Oyigo, a full-time lecturer at Kenyatta University at the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies. Dr. Josephat is going to give us a presentation on state capture or political corruption, a conceptual analysis of the problem of corruption using Kwasiwiredu's critical philosophy. Most welcome, Dr. Josephat.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, all of you. Now, you know, when you're the last one, as he said, there are advantages. You can stretch some time because, there's nobody else after that other than vote of thanks. But before I even get to this, because you see, if you notice, the title of the talk is actually way out of what we've been hearing. And it was intentional. And the reason, in fact, initially, the title was Corruption Will Always Be With Us Unless We Hit Wiredu. That was the initial title. But then over time, when I was thinking through it, I realized, no, the best thing would be to look at the problems that we're dealing with. And this is because when you look at Wiredu's philosophy, there's something. I want to give a small background before I say something. The talk will be 2 minutes. But the reason is this. I mean, the paper, what I'll say about, because you'll get it in detail, it will be 2 minutes. But the background to the paper is what is important. Because that must be seen clearly. Wiredu was not bothered with this essential discussion about what is Africa. There's this earlier philosophical questions about whether there's an African philosophy or there isn't, what is it, and all. Wiredu was not, if you read through his works, he was not overly concerned with it. He took it for granted that Africans had a philosophy, period. What it was, he didn't even want to discuss because of other things. But then he asked a more fundamental question. Even if we disagree on many other questions, what can philosophy do for Africa? That was his major question. What can philosophy do for Africa? Because for him, if that question was answered well, then we don't even have to bother about whether we have it or not. We will be pursuing the value of philosophy in Africa. And one of the things that he says is simply this. He gives philosophy, he says there is a fundamental role philosophy should play. A very important role that as philosophers are failing in our duty. In fact, failing Wiredu. Because you see, he gives philosophy a serious critical function. A function that, particularly in Africa, a function that should almost be like the light of society. Literally form the basis upon which modern African society should be, premised. And that's why, for him, the critical function cannot be lost. We need to continue. And especially when you look at contemporary Africa, is faced with a myriad of problems. And this is why African philosophers should come in. And one of the biggest problems is what I want to deal with, corruption. You see, there's a contradiction that Africa faces. Africa is touted as the richest continent on the universe. It is endowed with literally everything you can talk of. It is endowed with all the natural resources you can talk of, the human capital you can't even imagine. It has a youthful population, but unfortunately, it is the poorest continent on the universe. How is that? That the richest is the poorest. That's a serious contradiction. And unless we seriously look at some of these issues and squarely face them, then we are not doing a good job as philosophers. You see, we are leaving some of these problems to be dealt with politicians or with people who don't apply what the world is telling us. That we need to be very reflective, critically evaluate that this critical function is fundamental for our changes. Now, when you look, and the reason why I chose the title of the paper is State Capture or Political Corruption in Africa. an analysis of the, an analysis of the problem using Wiredu's critical philosophy. The reason is this. You see, corruption, I don't want to define corruption because literally everyone, corruption is a word that has been, a term, a concept that has been defined so many times. But I would use TIA. TIA's definition, which says it is the misuse of what? Entrusted power for private benefit. Now, traditionally, the approaches that have been used have tended to treat corruption in a very interesting way. Interesting because the state capture theorists think that the approach has not been good enough, and for a few reasons. One of the reasons is this. The problem, the conventional approach has a problem of conceptualizing problem. The names we give are one of the names we give corruption, and how we understand it, and the solutions we try to give are all wrong-headed. So for the state capture theories, they believe we need to revisit that, because the naming and our understanding is problematic. We say petty versus grand. We say what? Supply versus demand, conventional versus unconventional, private versus public. And for them, they say all that is hogwash because it doesn't tell us much. Petty corruption sounds petty until it becomes a requirement that for anything to move, you need to oil it. So the poor who cannot afford it cannot fail. Grand is assumed to be massive because of the auditors and the amounts that they're dealing with. And they say sometimes that can be problematic because petty can be so pervasive that it is actually grand in the long run. So they say, no, we can't look at it this way. Then there's another problem that is the side, that we pathologize, we make corruption to be a pathology and use medical language to explain it. We say it's a cancer that is affecting the body politic, especially the state. They say it is an illness and something, that we need to look for cure for. And they say somehow all these approaches tend to not bring out the best of the solutions. Because you see, they assume, according to the state capture theorists, they assume that the state is a good thing, a benevolent entity. Only that there is cancer, this problem, this thing has come to affect it. And for them, that is the source of the problem. And then they say, we need to do away with that approach. Now, my take is, their solution, it does not pass the test. Because you see, when they introduce the picture is problematic. And that's why I'm using Wiredu's critical philosophy. When you look at the state capture theory, actually it fails miserably in giving a solution to the problem. If some of you remember, there's a group of NGO, it started in South Africa, and there was something that they presented. It went to Zambia. In Kenya, there's a group of AfriLog or something. They gave a certain paper, a certain book on state capture and the extent of corruption in Kenya. Currently, all politicians have had it, every other politician saying, that was state capture. As if that is now saying we have over it. When actually, I feel it's hogwash. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is this. Sorry. You see, when you look at state capture, the picture they give of corruption is actually wrong-headed, even the solutions. Because they assume we are having a couple of thieves who we give up, we are put there with the assistance of private businesses that come, or let me put it differently, the presidency and the treasury has been captured by politicians, but more importantly, the thieves, private individuals and organizations that seems to run government. So we have a two-state government, where the government, which is the face we see, does not do its business because it has been captured by another government. Some of you have heard of a deep state. Okay? A deep state which runs the main state. You see, all that actually seems to cloud the picture. Because you see, the state capture theory, in a sense, takes responsibility from individuals who have been entrusted to run power, to take care of the interests of the public, by assuming they've been captured by somebody or something. And that's why my thinking is totally different. What we have is just simple political corruption. The main paper will discuss a few other things so that I don't take, I'm not brought a piece of paper to tell me that I'm taking too much time. Anyway. Larry, I thought I would have some in Africa as simply a political problem. Then you realize, you see, state capture assumes an extractive picture of corruption where people are getting to get rich. But you see, political corruption is different. It is power-preserving corruption. Guys get to power and try to perpetuate themselves, even though we have term limits. Everything, the mechanism they put in place is for perpetuating themselves. Even when they're out, they can still be around and perpetuate their cronies. Now, power-preserving corruption makes individuals to actually find it very difficult to fight corruption. And you see, it is tied with a few other terminologies, things, processes that make it very difficult to see. It sounds like the nature of politics. It is driven by cronyism, clientelism. You know, literally the things that we assume is part of politics. We say politics is a dirty game. So you see, if you want to get in, you must be dirty, and this is normal. We take it as if it's just that's the nature of things. Now, the problem with that is this: it makes even the public almost assume if it's our man and he's doing it for us, we can be part of it, and they are not offended enough when their own is doing the same. That's why you find there's a close connection between corruption and ethnicity. If somebody is held, he's done the wrong thing, but he's first. You see, we don't develop a conscience that is deep enough, that is stable enough when it's our own. Now, if we take corruption, not to be something about a state that is out there that is captured, but it's something that is politicians who want to perpetuate themselves and stay there, and therefore use all mechanisms to tackle the problem of corruption. Because we are assigned responsibility, we actually can then separate individuals from the communities. We can actually tie these small favors they do, or doing some roads around your villages so that your villages we can separate them. And when you take it as political corruption, in detail, when I put the details, when you get the food paper, you see, when you put it as such, you notice corruption is actually a vice that can be dealt with. And this is because of exactly what Wiredu is saying. The problems of Africa are problems that can be dealt with Africans. If only they were to use the ability, the critical ability, to reflect very deeply and not just pick words or phrases or terms or concepts from out there and label them on some processes that are uniquely theirs. Unless we try to do something about our conditions in our own understanding and seek our own solutions, then we might not be able to go so far. That's why the richest continent is the poorest. Thank you very much.
Now, we have come to the end of our presentations. But let's take this time to appreciate our last three presenters, that is Dr. Kimani, Dr. Ongera, sorry Dr. Ongera, I referred you earlier to Mr. Ongera, I'm sorry, from Chuka University, Philatomia in Tangaza, and lastly, Dr. Oyigo. They have spoken to us on Wiredu's humanism, that is Dr. Kimani, and Dr. Ongera has spoken about cultural particulars and the question of morality, universal morality. And lastly, the state capture by Dr. Oyigo. Let's interact briefly with them. Let's have some questions for them before we come to the end of this session. So as usual, we appreciate to take at least a question from the presenter. I can see 3 hands from this side. What about from the other side? I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, quite a number. Now that this is the last presentation, can we take 2 questions for each of them? Is it allowed? Okay. Then I will give priority. Not really. Let's just start here from this side. And once the questions this side are answered, then we go down there. So here we have Mr. Nyaga. We have Dr. Odinga. Oh, Nyarwa. This one we cannot avoid. Okay, let's begin.
Okay, thank you so much for those 3 presenters. I have a question for the last presenter, Dr. Oyigo, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Actually, the question of corruption always evokes some emotions. The slogans and jargons and many ones that are used to baptize it or to justify it. I just want to ask Daktari here, like when you say it's a disease. A disease is something that that comes as a result of something like you are bitten by mosquito and then you get malaria, which means it has a source. And also, it has to be treated. And there's a beginning, it has an origin. So I'm just wondering, Doctor, if you can do this, because to my view, corruption is a moral issue also. Children are sometimes also corrupted before they come to the age of reason. And they get it. They grow in it. And to remove that, it's like treating a disease, like a cancer. You say there's a cancer. Cancer is untreatable. It seems sometimes these expressions gives us kind of view that we cannot eradicate it. And I also have that kind of feeling. I don't know whether I'm biased, because like these children have formed their conscience in that way. They are also corrupt. I have a short experience of my son. He wanted to be elected the class prefect, and he came to us for sweets so that he can give the class, so that he can be elected. No, I don't know whether he was bribing, he was, I don't know. But you can see the kind of thinking, we inherit that. Yes. So, what about it if it also approached from that point of view as a moral issue that is also goes with the formation of conscience, how the conscience is formed? It's a glorified sin, there is no problem in it. And then here, as philosophers, we can sit here and also philosophize about it.
There's corruption at home. So that's a question directed to Dr. Oyigo. I hope you have noted. Let's hear the question from Professor.
I don't think that really what I'm going to say is a question, but I think it is a comment. I just want to make a comment that Wiredu makes it very clear, particularly in chapter 1 of Philosophy and an African Culture, that there's a distinction between absolutism, objectivity, and subjectivism in truth. Actually, when we read is talking about truth as opinion, the underlying thing is to avoid any practice that would tend towards absolutism, which of course leads to tyranny. And you may recall that this article may have been written, I think it was written in the early 70s. African governments had just taken over from colonialism, and there was a tendency towards dictatorship. And therefore, yes, I know reading, quite a number of us have been told that there's truth out there. But surely there's no truth out there. Truth is not given. And if you read clearly, radio tells you that truth is really our judgment of the reality there. And as human beings, we are not absolute, and we can never know absolute. So there's always that subjective element that makes our judgment not absolute. And therefore, we should never consider truth in any way as absolute. But he recognized that there is objectivity in truth. And that's why he brings in the qualification of well-considered opinion.
Thank you, Daktari, for that clarification. And you remind me of the feast we celebrate today, St. Thomas Aquinas. Truth is the judgment of reality. Mr. Odinga.
This is just a follow-up to Dr. Ongera's talk. I was just wondering loudly how polygyny and the care of the widow become moral issues. From whose perspective, from whose standpoint?
Thank you. That was a question directed to Dr. Ogera. Let's hear a question from Dr. Katam.
Mine is to my neighbor here, Dr. Oigo. Is the corruption that we even see in our homes, in our institution, everywhere, even in the church, is it attributed to ignorance of philosophy? If yes, I have seen some classical subjects in those in the developed countries. They introduced philosophy in their elementary education. Then, if corruption in our country, Kenya, is because of ignorance of the philosophical skills, is it possible that we introduce teaching philosophical skills in our primary schools so that our children can even reason and know what is right and wrong? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Oigo, you have 2 questions already to answer, and Dr. Ogera, you have 1 question. Let's get from this side, and then they can answer all these questions together. Yes. All right.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. My name is Duncan Kalazi, and my question goes to Dr. Nina. When I was talking about culture, actually I was thinking, when we talk of culture right now, we cannot go back to how African societies used to be, but we have to bear with the Western cultures that are dominating right now. Because if we see traditional way-based circumcision was a way of proving that on the right scale they took it as a way of preventing diseases. So my question is there any way we can merge these African cultures and the Western cultures to have a common way and a common understanding of how the youth today can live their youthful lives without any complications or confusions between the Western cultures and the African traditional cultures? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate for the chance. My question goes to the... Okay. Now, when the introducer was telling us about the symposium, it stretched most on African philosophy. I'm very happy. I've gained knowledge. But the question is, you see, now all the presenters, you have supported your arguments on your abstract and whatever. You're saying people are not Africans. And we are talking naturally on African. So that's my concern. You may choose to respond or not. Another concern is, can Africans do completely without Westerners when it comes to African philosophy? Thank you.
Let's take just one more question from the floor. Just one more. If time allows, we'll get more. But for now, let's just get one.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance. I'm by names of Nwagaba Christopher from the Contemplative Philosophicum. My question goes to Dr. Ongera. You told us about coming up with the new epistemology that is founded on the ontology. My question is, for how long shall we be coming up with the new epistemology founded on whatever you have said as Africans? As our keynote speaker was starting, he said, African philosophy never started with the decolonization or with colonization. Meaning, we had the philosophy, we had the concepts before colonization. And now, how can somebody come and convince us? You have talked of polygamy that is being converted to monogamy. How can somebody come and convince us that polygamy is bad and we buy it? And then he tells us monogamy is good, we buy it. And then he comes the other way around. What I'm scared of is he again tells us that homosexuality is good, we buy it. Now, what I want you to tell us is that what is the effectiveness of the new epistemology founded on our ontology that we shall start, as you have said? What is the effectiveness? Does Odero, does he ready to tell us what we can do for the effectiveness of the new epistemology founded on our ontology? That is the concepts we have. Because I'm scared we shall have another cultural wave of which will come and we again buy the same ideas. It is not that the cultural waves have stopped. What if it comes again? Shall we again restart afresh, finding the new concepts? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, I could see several hands from the floor. If we agree to take a few more questions, we'll do that. But for now, let's stick with that. Before you answer these questions, we have two presenters who presented earlier. They are online and they would also like to ask their questions. This Professor Anselm from Nigeria. And we also had Norbert, who presented on behalf of Nelson. He is also online and would like to ask a question, to give a comment, I believe. Professor Anselm, are you there? Can you hear me? Professor Anselm, Jimo? Okay, I'm not getting him. Norbert, are you there? Norbert? This is Norbert. Okay, Norbert, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Sure.
Yes, mine is a contribution in regard to the last presenter when he was talking about corruption. Of course, Kwesi Weridu in his a very great book, and he was trying to talk about consensus democracy. He brought out key elements to say who are those who should be leaders. And he highlighted to talk about that a leader should be integral, a leader should be competent, a leader should be able to pursue others, a leader should be able to execute moral values, in which if all that happens, I don't think this element, this disease, so-called corruption, will keep on happening. At the same time, also, he called on the community to actually participate in decision-making, that the community is actually the one to select who should be a leader. But we see that most often our leaders come from maybe from that train of, are you from this tribe, are you from that lineage, and the rest of the thing, which at the end of the day, those leaders continue to promote a corruption in our system. Now, the second contribution is still in regard to the last presentation when he was actually talking about state capture. Yes, Kwesi Weridu was very, very clear in terms of a state, who should be a leader of the state. And he emphasized to say, of course, the leader was more of a lineage inheritance now, because he was actually using a tribe in Ghana, the Ashanti's tribal system or the governance system, to be able to demonstrate how a state or how a country should be able to rule in terms of portraying those values that can be able to bring about transformation, which, of course, he actually propounded that consensus democracy should be the framework to guide every governance system within this context so that all these adversities that keep on plaguing us can actually be mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your comments are well received, and we appreciate them. Maybe now we can have the answers to the questions. We can begin with Dr. Oyego. You got 2 questions to answer, and then we have Dr. Ogera. You have 3 questions to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. The question by Nyaga was about the language that is used. Now, probably when we go through the full paper, when you okay, the language, the pathological language is what, you see, I started by indicating the guys who started the state capture theory actually had a problem with that language. When you take corruption to be a cancer, using medical language to describe corruption. And they said when you put it that way, you assume that just like a human being, he has a good, the government is a good thing, benevolent and all, it intends to do good, but then it gets infected by this cancer. So what they say is, we should do away with that kind of language, because that language is misleading the problem of corruption. Because the government itself is a problem. We are having a government of thieves, a government that has the private sector, the businesses, including multinationals and individuals who connive to be corrupt for extractive purposes, to gain wealth. You get it? And for me, that's why I say, even though they are right, I agree with them on that, up to that point, that the language you use to describe corruption is misleading. Their solution is what I find odd. Because the solution seems to be taking responsibility away from a certain group, from the actual individuals. And for good reason. You see, why is it that if it is something that is conniving, why is it that any new government would come in? And this, if you look across most African countries, a new government comes to power, and immediately it comes to power, the leaders, the executive, and a cabal of a few would still run the show, literally muzzle everything else. How is that? The problem is political. It has nothing to do with, it is political because the politicians are the ones who change. The businessmen are always there. It's political. Now, if it is political, and the problem, and I want to tie it up together with the question that Madam Katam had asked. You see, there is a problem with it because there is a symbiotic relationship between politics and corruption. A very serious symbiotic relationship where you want to perpetuate yourself in power and you cannot you cannot do something about it because you don't have the political will. You'll go home, you'll go away, you'll go home. So what happens is it feeds on itself and then people tie it to political language. Politics is a dirty game. Now the problem with that is it actually then permeates the whole of society because we lose our conscience. We don't see anything wrong. Our conscience, we actually lose our conscience. We see a politician who has done a few roads for us and has done a few things, has given us CDF and that, and he's stealing, but when he is caught, we go protecting him, screaming. And this is where the problem is. The problem here is it's a political problem that actually is a political problem that has serious moral ramifications. Ultimately, and there's something that our keynote speaker has written about, I just didn't have time to mention. Ultimately, when you look at it from that point, you realize it's a moral problem, a much deep moral problem. that we need to start sorting politics a bit, but ultimately we need to go back to our morality. We need to get our conscience back. That's the biggest problem.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyigo. And now, lastly, we get the responses from Dr. Ongera.
Thank you very much. To Dr. Odinga, when we define an African, we realize that we include the social aspect as an essential aspect of an African. Yeah, so we cannot define an African without the social aspect. And the concept I used here as an example was the concept of marriage, which in the Western definition has a different meaning from the way we understand it in the African context. So that in the African context, again, you cannot define marriage without taking care of the aspect of polygamy and also wife inheritance. And so that's the sense in which I'm seeing the two epistemologies that are in conflict are influencing the way the two cultures look at the term marriage. So the issue is marriage, not so much polygamy and wife inheritance. Then the question, for how long shall we be coming up with new epistemologies? As we are aware, every new kind of theory is a search for a better way of doing things. Meaning, therefore, that in as long as the existing epistemologies have not been able to solve our existential problems, we shall continue with the search for such epistemology that shall be able to solve our problems. As to whether there was a question as to whether there should be a merger between African and Western cultures, that is what now we have as a task. It's why actually we are here, and philosophy does not actually give answers. It asks the right questions. I think, yes, when need arises, when we sit down and deliberate together, we could possibly come up with a better way of understanding that will bring the two cultures together. Thank you very much, and be blessed.
Oh yeah, the student who wants to respond, Caroline or Cheng? We can get two versions of the answer, no problem. You can begin then.
Thank you so much. I think the student is fixated that any question about Africa, knowledge is static. Knowledge is not static and is not in isolation. There are some concepts which you must define according to the international level, and also you bring them home. I also have to thank the students of philosophy who are here. I thank all the philosophers from AJ. Where are you? Raise up your hand. Apostle of Jesus Seminary, thank you so much. There, Consolata, Philosophicum. Then we have Contemplative Evangelizers. Are you there? Kenyatta University? Kenyatta University, they are there. Thank you so much. So you can see this was Inter-University Symposium, the first of its kind. I also thank all the and our lady from Pwani University, all the way from Pwani University. Thank you so much. Sister Oliver is here. Thank for her. Then Sister Dr. Nyambedha. Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Odinga. Dr. Odinga is there. And again, I have to thank the Capuchin TV. You have done a wonderful job. We thought you were just going to be here for just a few minutes in the morning, but you have been here with us. Thank you so much. And I hope Yeah, clap for them. And we hope that we'll get some of these videos. We see whether they can be on the YouTube, and remember this day. And all the presenters, I know it is difficult to write one meaningful statement. And it's more difficult to write a paragraph. Therefore, it is more difficult to write a paper. And that's why there are some challenges that you realize that all of us had to put more time on preparation, but also in writing. Again, I want to thank the kitchen people. They were here with us when we are getting some energies. They did a good job, and thank you so much. If you see this hall, it is decorated very well, and this is the work of Daughters of St. Paul. Daughters of St. Paul, how are you? Clap for them. Yeah. All this beauty is because of them. They're all beautiful. They have given their beauty to the Lord. I also want to thank the workers of Tangaza. Workers of Tangaza, those who arranged the hall yesterday, and they are still here with us. The technical team, Lawrence, is one of us. He has really done a wonderful job. Lawrence has been here. Stand, my friend. Yeah. He has made sure that we are online and we are also on site. Thank you so much. That's the spirit. And thank you for the gift to the Dominicans. Don't throw him out. Yeah, it's a gift. Yeah, so thank you so much. I think I've not left anybody. What we are saying that all the articles which have been presented here today, we are going to publish them. We are going to go through them and tie them to the theme of the day, and we are going to publish them. So all the presenters, please send me your full papers by 1st of April. 1st of April, so that by May we should be ready to publish, please. Again, I know you must show that you are here. For the presenters, we'll work on the certificate of presentation. And with all that, I thank you all for listening to us, our master students and our graduate students, and all those who come from different universities. Choir, I think Choir is here, and everybody. Thank you so much. And next time is going to be better than this, okay? Next year, that's a deal. It's going to be better than this. And whether you leave Tangaza, you go to theology, you're still a philosopher. Don't water it down. Blessings. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ochieng has also done a great job. Let's clap for him. He's really done very well. Thank you very much. So now we have come to the end of our symposium today. We look forward to next year. We already have started gathering ideas of how we can make it better, make sure that everybody is accommodated, make sure we have more time for interlocutions, and like that. We had Dr. Professor Jacinta, the DVC Academic and Student Life, launch this symposium today. May we now have the honor to invite the Dean of the School of Theology, Reverend Dr. Wanyonyi, to formally close the symposium with his word and then give us the final blessing. Welcome.
So mine is just an expression of gratitude to the Lord in the first place for this day that He has granted to each one of us. We start with the great gift of our patron saint, St. Thomas Aquinas. We thank the Lord for him. We thank the Lord for his example. We thank the Lord for what he has left us to reflect upon, but also what inspires us to live as human beings, as believers, as Christians. We thank the Lord for the gift of each one of you here present, for the patience that he has given you and your participation in this international symposium. We thank the Lord for our presenters who have done a wonderful job. I'm sure we have learned a lot. And let that which we have learned not only remain in our mind, but let it also touch our hearts. And as here in Tangaza we say, not only touch our hearts, but what should it do also? Should it do what? Transform our lives. Let us be guided by that. And as we come to the end of this international symposium, we know very well that the end implies that there is also a beginning. When we reach where there is a corner, that is not the end of the journey, but you know that after that, the road continues. So let our reflection, inspired by this great son of Africa, Kwasi Wiredu, not only end here, but let us carry it on. And let us be those true African philosophers at the example of Kwasi Wiredu. Let us not only be imitators, but also be those who walk in the footsteps of that whom we admire. Let us say thanks to each one and clap for ourselves for what we have done and what we have been today. So as we normally say, I officially declare this international symposium today closed. But the journey continues, and the thinking does not stop here. I hope we shall continue still thinking. Thank you. Let us now arise and receive that final blessing. But as an expression of our gratitude to the Lord, we sing him. Just this chorus, Asante Bwana Yesu. Asante Bwana Yesu kwa mema yako uliotujalia. Asante mema yako kwa mema yako uliotujalia. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. Go in peace, mix and mingle.